Preface of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elin. Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. Preface. The autobiographies which we owe to great minds have in former times generally been of one of three types. So far I went astray, thus I found the true path. St. Augustine. Or, so bad was I, but who dares to consider himself better? Rousseau. Or, this is the way a genius has slowly been evolved from within and by favourable surroundings. Goethe. In these forms of self-representation the author is thus mainly preoccupied with himself. In the 19th century, the autobiographies of men of mark are more often shaped on lines such as these. So full of talent and attractive was I, such appreciation and admiration I won. Johanne Louise Heiberg. A life lived once more in reminiscence. Or, I was full of talent and worthy of being loved, but yet I was unappreciated, and these were the hard struggles I went through before I won the crown of fame. Hans Christian Andersen, The Tale of a Life. The main preoccupation of the writer, in these two classes of life records, is consequently with what his fellow men have thought of him and said about him. The author of the autobiography before us is not preoccupied with his own capacities, and consequently describes no struggle to gain recognition. Still less does he care for the opinions of his fellow men about himself. What others have thought of him, he dismisses with a single word. There is in this work no gazing upon one's own image. The author is not one of those who willingly speak of themselves. When he does so, it is reluctantly and with a certain shyness. There is here no confession that divulges the inner self, no sentimentality, and no cynicism. The author speaks neither of his sins nor of his virtues. He enters into no vulgar intimacy with his reader. He does not say when he fell in love, and he touches so little upon his relations with the other sex that he even omits to mention his marriage, and it is only incidentally we learn that he is married at all. That he is a father, and a very loving one, he finds time to mention just once in the rapid review of the last 16 years of his life. He is more anxious to give the psychology of his contemporaries than of himself, and one finds in his book the psychology of Russia, the official Russia and the masses underneath, Russia struggling forward and Russia stagnant. He strives to tell the story of his contemporaries rather than his own. And consequently the record of his life contains the history of Russia during his lifetime, as well as that of the labour movement in Europe during the last half-century. When he plunges into his own inner world, we see the outer world reflected in it. There is, nevertheless, in this book an effect such as Goethe aimed at in Dichtung und Wahrheit, the representation of how a remarkable mind has been shaped, and in analogy with the Confessions of St. Augustine, we have the story of an inner crisis which corresponds with what in olden times was called conversion. In fact, this inner crisis is the turning point and core of the book. There are at this moment only two great Russians who think for the Russian people, and whose thoughts belong to mankind, Leo Tolstoy and Peter Kropotkin. Tolstoy has often told us, in poetical shape, parts of his life. Kropotkin gives us here, for the first time, without any poetical recasting, a rapid survey of his whole career. However radically different these two men are, there is one parallel which can be drawn between the lives and the views of life of both. Tolstoy is an artist, Kropotkin is a man of science, but there came a period in the career of each of them when neither could find peace in continuing the work to which he had brought great inborn capacities. Religious considerations led Tolstoy, social considerations led Kropotkin, to abandon the path they had first taken. Both are filled with love for mankind, and they are at one in the condemnation of the indifference, the thoughtlessness, the crudeness and brutality of the upper classes, as well as in the attraction they both feel towards the life of the downtrodden and ill-used men of the people. Both see more cowardice than stupidity in the world. Both are idealists, and both have the reformer's temperament. Both are peace-loving natures, and Kropotkin is the more peaceful of the two. although Tolstoy always preaches peace and condemns those who take right into their own hands and resort to force, while Kropotkin justifies such action, and was on friendly terms with the terrorists. The point upon which they differ most is in their attitudes towards the intelligent, educated man and towards science altogether. Tolstoy, in his religious passion, disdains and disparages the man equally with the thing, while Kropotkin holds both in high esteem, although at the same time he condemns men of science for forgetting the people and the misery of the masses. Many a man and many a woman have accomplished a great life work without having led a great life. Many people are interesting, although their lives may have been quite insignificant and commonplace. Kropotkin's life is both great and interesting. In these volumes will be found a combination of all the elements out of which an intensely eventful life is composed: idyll and tragedy, drama and romance. The childhood in Moscow and in the country, the portraits of his mother, sisters, and teachers, of the old and trusty servants, together with the many pictures of patriarchal life, are done in such a masterly way that every heart will be touched by them. The landscapes, the story of the unusually intense love between the two brothers, all this is pure idyll. Side by side there is, unhappily, plenty of sorrow and suffering. The harshness in the family life, the cruel treatment of the serfs, and the narrow-mindedness and heartlessness which are the ruling stars of men's destinies. There is variety, and there are dramatic catastrophes, life at court and life in prison, life in the highest Russian society, by the side of emperors and grand dukes, and life in poverty, with the working proletariat, in London and in Switzerland. There are changes of costume as in a drama, the chief actor having to appear during the day in fine dress in the Winter Palace, and in the evening in peasant's clothes in the suburbs, as a preacher of revolution. And there is, too, the sensational element that belongs to the novel. Although nobody could be simpler in tone and style than Kropotkin, nevertheless parts of his narrative, from the very nature of the events he has to tell, are more intensely exciting than anything in those novels which aim only at being sensational. One reads with breathless interest the preparations for the escape from the hospital of the fortress of St. Paul and St. Peter, and the bold execution of the plan. Few men have moved, as Kropotkin did, in all layers of society. Few know all these layers as he does. What a picture! Kropotkin as a little boy with curled hair, in a fancy dress costume, standing by the Emperor Nicholas, or running after the Emperor Alexander as his page, with the idea of protecting him. And then again, Kropotkin in a terrible prison, sending away the Grand Duke Nicholas, or listening to the growing insanity of a peasant who is confined in a cell under his very feet. He has lived the life of the aristocrat and of the worker. He has been one of the emperor's pages, and a poverty-stricken writer. He has lived the life of the student, the officer, the man of science, the explorer of unknown lands, the administrator, and the hunted revolutionist. In exile he has had at times to live upon bread and tea as a Russian peasant, and he has been exposed to espionage and assassination plots like a Russian emperor. Few men have had an equally wide field of experience. Just as Kropotkin is able, as a geologist, to survey prehistoric evolution for hundreds of thousands of years past, so too he has assimilated the whole historical evolution of his own times. To the literary and scientific education which is won in the study and in the university, such as the knowledge of languages, belles lettres, philosophy, and higher mathematics, he added at an early stage of his life that education which is gained in the workshop, in the laboratory, and in the open field: natural science, military science, fortification, knowledge of mechanical and industrial processes. His intellectual equipment is universal. What must this active mind have suffered when he was reduced to the inactivity of prison life? What a test of endurance, and what an exercise in stoicism! Kropotkin says somewhere that a morally developed personality must be at the foundation of every organization. That applies to him. Life has made him one of the cornerstones for the building of the future. The crisis in Kropotkin's life has two turning points which must be mentioned. He approaches his 30th year, the decisive year in a man's life. With heart and soul he is a man of science. He has made a valuable scientific discovery. He has found out that the maps of northern Asia are incorrect, that not only the old conceptions of the geography of Asia are wrong, but that the theories of Humboldt are also in contradiction with the facts. For more than 2 years he has plunged into laborious research. Then, suddenly, on a certain day, the true relations of the facts flash upon him. He understands that the main lines of structure in Asia are not from north to south, or from west to east, but from the southwest to the northeast. He submits his discovery to test. He applies it to numerous separated facts, and it holds its ground. Thus he knew the joy of scientific revelation in its highest and purest form. He has felt how elevating is its action on the mind. Then comes the crisis. The thought that these joys are the lot of so few fills him now with sorrow. He asks himself whether he has the right to enjoy this knowledge alone, for himself. He feels that there is a higher duty before him. To do his part in bringing to the mass of the people the information already gained, rather than to work at making new discoveries. For my part, I do not think that he was right. With such conceptions, Pasteur would not have been the benefactor of mankind that he has been. After all, everything, in the long run, is to the benefit of the mass of the people. I think that a man does the utmost for the well-being of all when he has given to the world the most intense production of which he is capable. But this fundamental notion is characteristic of Kropotkin. It contains his very essence. And this attitude of mind carries him farther. In Finland, where he is going to make a new scientific discovery, as he comes to the idea, which was heresy at the time, that in prehistoric ages all northern Europe was buried under ice, he is so much impressed with compassion for the poor, the suffering, who often know hunger in their struggle for bread, that he considers it his highest absolute duty to become a teacher and helper of the great working and destitute masses. Soon after that, a new world opens before him, the life of the working classes, and he learns from those whom he intends to teach. 5 or 6 years later, this crisis appears in its second phase. It happens in Switzerland. Already during his first stay there, Kropotkin had abandoned the group of state socialists, from fear of an economical despotism, from hatred of centralization, from love for the freedom of the individual and the commune. Now, however, after his long imprisonment in Russia, during his second stay amidst the intelligent workers of West Switzerland, the conception which floated before his eyes of a new structure of society more distinctly dawns upon him in the shape of a society of federated associations, cooperating in the same way as the railway companies or the postal departments of separate countries cooperate. He knows that he cannot dictate to the future the lines which it will have to follow. He is convinced that all must grow out of the constructive activity of the masses. But he compares, for the sake of illustration, the coming structure with the guilds and the mutual relations which existed in medieval times and were worked out from below. He does not believe in the distinction between leaders and led, but I must confess that I am old-fashioned enough to feel pleased when Kropotkin, by a slight inconsistency, says once in praise of a friend that he was a born leader of men. The author describes himself as a revolutionist, and he is surely quite right in so doing. But seldom have there been revolutionists so humane and mild. One feels astounded when, in alluding on one occasion to the possibility of an armed conflict with the Swiss police, there appears in his character the fighting instinct which exists in all of us. He cannot say precisely in this passage whether he and his friends felt a relief at being spared a fight, or a regret that the fight did not take place. This expression of feeling stands alone. He has never been an avenger, but always a martyr. He does not impose sacrifices upon others, he makes them himself. All his life he has done it, but in such a way that the sacrifice seems to have cost him nothing. So little does he make of it. And with all his energy he is so far from being vindictive that of a disgusting prison doctor he only remarks, "The less said of him the better." He is a revolutionist without emphasis and without emblem. He laughs at the oaths and ceremonies with which conspirators bind themselves in dramas and operas. This man is simplicity personified. In character he will bear comparison with any of the fighters for freedom in all lands. None have been more disinterested than he, none have loved mankind more than he does. But he would not permit me to say in the forefront of his book all the good that I think of him, and should I say it, my words would outrun the limits of a reasonable preface. Georg Brandes. End of preface. Childhood, Chapters 1 and 2, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Chapter 1 of Childhood. This book would not probably have been written for some time to come, were it not for the kind invitation and the most friendly encouragement of the editor and the publisher of the Atlantic Monthly to write it for serial publication in their review. I find it a pleasant duty to acknowledge here my very best thanks, both for the hospitality that was offered to me, and for the friendly pressure that was exercised in order to induce me to undertake this work. It was published in the Atlantic Monthly, September 1898 to September 1899, under the title of Autobiography of a Revolutionist. Preparing it now for publication in book form, I have considerably added to the original text in the portions relating to my youth and my stay in Siberia, and especially in the sixth part, in which I have narrated my life in Western Europe. Peter Kropotkin, October 1899. Childhood, Chapter 1. Moscow is a city of slow historical growth, and down to the present time its different parts have wonderfully well retained the features which have been stamped upon them in the slow course of history. The Trans-Moskva River district, with its broad sleepy streets, and its monotonous grey-painted, low-roofed houses, of which the entrance gates remain securely bolted day and night, has always been the secluded abode of the merchant class, and the stronghold of the outwardly austere, formalistic, and despotic nonconformists of the old faith. The citadel, or Kreml, is still the stronghold of church and state, and the immense space in front of it, covered with thousands of shops and warehouses, has been for centuries a crowded beehive of commerce, and still remains the heart of a great internal trade which spreads over the whole surface of the vast empire. The Tverskaya and the Smith's Bridge have been for hundreds of years the chief centres for the fashionable shops, while the artisans' quarters, the Plushikha and the Dorogomilovka, retain the very same features which characterized their uproarious populations in the times of the Moscow Tsars. Each quarter is a little world in itself. Each has its own physiognomy, and lives its own separate life. Even the railways, when they made an eruption into the old capital, grouped apart in special centres on the outskirts of the old town their stores and machine works, and their heavily loaded carts and engines. However, of all parts of Moscow, none, perhaps, is more typical than that labyrinth of clean, quiet, winding streets and lanes, which lies at the back of the Kreml, between two great radial streets, the Arbat and the Brekhistenka, and is still called the Old Equerries' Quarter, the Staraya Konyushanya. Some 50 years ago, there lived in this quarter, and slowly died out, the old Moscow nobility, whose names were so frequently mentioned in the pages of Russian history before the time of Peter I, but who subsequently disappeared to make room for the newcomers, the men of all ranks, called into service by the founder of the Russian state. Feeling themselves supplanted at the St. Petersburg court, these nobles of the old stock retired either to the Old Equerries' Quarters in Moscow, or to their picturesque estates in the country round about the capital, and they looked with a sort of contempt and secret jealousy upon the motley crowd of families which came from no one knew where to take possession of the highest functions of the government in the new capital on the banks of the Neva. In their younger days, most of them had tried their fortunes in the service of the state, chiefly in the army, but for one reason or another they had soon abandoned it, without having risen to high rank. The more successful ones obtained some quiet, almost honorary position in their mother city. My father was one of these, while most of the others simply retired from active service. But wheresoever they might have shifted, in the course of their careers, over the wide surface of Russia, they always somehow managed to spend their old age in a house of their own in the old equerries' quarter, under the shadow of the church where they had been baptized, and where the last prayers had been pronounced at the burial of their parents. New branches budded from the old stalks. Some of them achieved more or less distinction in different parts of Russia. Some owned more luxurious houses in the new style in other quarters of Moscow or at St. Petersburg, but the branch which continued to reside in the old equerries' quarter, somewhere near to the green, the yellow, the pink, or the brown church, which was endeared through family associations, was considered as the true representative of the family, irrespective of the position it occupied in the family tree. Its old-fashioned head was treated with great respect, not devoid, I must say, of a slight tinge of irony, even by those younger representatives of the same stock who had left their mother city for a more brilliant career in the St. Petersburg Guards or in the court circles. He personified, for them, the antiquity of the family and its traditions. In these quiet streets, far away from the noise and bustle of the commercial Moscow, all the houses had much the same appearance. They were mostly built of wood, with bright green sheet-iron roofs, the exteriors stuccoed and decorated with columns and porticos. All were painted in gay colours. Nearly every house had but one story, with 7 or 9 big, gay-looking windows facing the street. A second story was admitted only in the back part of the house, which looked upon a spacious yard, surrounded by numbers of small buildings, used as kitchens, stables, cellars, coach-houses, and as dwellings for the retainers and servants. A wide gate opened upon this yard, and a brass plate on it usually bore the inscription, "House of so-and-so, Lieutenant or Colonel, and Commander." Very seldom Major General, or any similarly elevated civil rank. But if a more luxurious house, embellished by a gilded iron railing and an iron gate, stood in one of those streets, the brass plate on the gate was sure to bear the name of Commerce Council, or Honourable Citizen so-and-so. These were the intruders, those who came unasked to settle in this quarter, and were therefore ignored by their neighbours. No shops were allowed in these select streets, except that in some small wooden house belonging to the parish church, a tiny grocer's or greengrocer's shop might have been found. But then the policeman's lodge stood on the opposite corner, and in the daytime the policeman himself, armed with a halberd, would appear at the door to salute with his inoffensive weapon the officers passing by, and would retire inside when dusk came, to employ himself either as a cobbler or in the manufacture of some special snuff patronized by the elder servants of the neighbourhood. Life went on quietly and peacefully, at least for the outsider, in this Moscow Faubourg Saint-Germain. In the morning nobody was seen in the streets. About midday the children made their appearance under the guidance of French tutors and German nurses, who took them out for a walk on the snow-covered boulevards. Later on in the day the ladies might be seen in their 2-horse sledges, with a valet standing behind on a small plank fastened at the end of the runners, or ensconced in an old-fashioned carriage, immense and high, suspended on big curved springs and dragged by 4 horses, with a postilion in front and 2 valets standing behind. In the evening, most of the houses were brightly illuminated, and, the blinds not being drawn down, the passer-by could admire the card-players or the waltzers in the saloons. Opinions were not in vogue in those days, and we were yet far from the years when in each one of these houses a struggle began between fathers and sons, a struggle that usually ended either in a family tragedy or in a nocturnal visit of the state police. 50 years ago nothing of the sort was thought of. All was quiet and smooth, at least on the surface. In this old equerries' quarter I was born in 1842, and here I passed the first 15 years of my life. Even after our father had sold the house in which our mother died, and bought another, and when again he had sold that house, and we spent several winters in hired houses, until he had found a third one to his taste, within a stone's throw of the church where he had been baptized. We still remained in the old equerries' quarter, leaving it only during the summer to go to our country seat. Childhood, Chapter 2. A high, spacious bedroom, the corner room of our house, with a wide bed upon which our mother is lying, our baby chairs and tables standing close by, and the neatly served tables covered with sweets and jellies in pretty glass jars. A room into which we children are ushered at a strange hour. This is the first half-distinct reminiscence of my life. Our mother was dying of consumption. She was only 35 years old. Before parting with us forever, she had wished to have us by her side, to caress us, to feel happy for a moment in our joys, and she had arranged this little treat by the side of her bed which she could leave no more. I remember her pale thin face, her large dark brown eyes. She looked at us with love, and invited us to eat, to climb upon her bed. Then suddenly she burst into tears and began to cough, and we were told to go. Some time after, we children, that is, my brother Alexander and myself, were removed from the big house to a small side house in the courtyard. The April sun filled the little rooms with its rays, but our German nurse, Madame Burman, and Juliana, our Russian nurse, told us to go to bed. Their faces wet with tears, they were sewing for us black shirts fringed with broad white tassels. We could not sleep. The unknown frightened us, and we listened to their subdued talk. They said something about our mother which we could not understand. We jumped out of our beds, asking, "Where is Mamma? Where is Mamma?" Both of them burst into sobs, and began to pat our curly heads, calling us poor orphans, until Juliana could hold out no longer, and said, "Your mother is gone there, to the sky, to the angels." "How to the sky? Why?" our infantile imagination in vain demanded. This was in April 1846. I was only 3½ years old, and my brother Sasha not yet 5. Where our elder brother and sister, Nicholas and Helene, had gone I do not know. Perhaps they were already at school. Nicholas was 12 years old. Helene was 11. They kept together, and we knew them but little. So we remained, Alexander and I, in this little house, in the hands of Madame Burman and Juliana. The good old German lady, homeless and absolutely alone in the wide world, took toward us the place of our mother. She brought us up as well as she could, buying us from time to time some simple toys, and overfeeding us with ginger cakes whenever another old German, who used to sell such cakes, probably as homeless and solitary as herself, paid an occasional visit to our house. We seldom saw our father, and the next 2 years passed without leaving any impression on my memory. End of Childhood, Chapter 2. Childhood, Chapter 3, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Childhood, Chapter 3. Our father was very proud of the origin of his family, and would point with solemnity to a piece of parchment which hung on the wall of his study. It was decorated with our arms, the arms of the Principality of Smolensk, covered with the ermine mantle and the crown of the Monomachs, and there was written on it, and certified by the heraldry department, that our family originated with a grandson of Rostislav Mstislavich the Bold, a name familiar in Russian history as that of a Grand Prince of Kiev, and that our ancestors had been Grand Princes of Smolensk. It cost me 300 rubles to obtain that parchment, our father used to say. Like most people of his generation, he was not much versed in Russian history, and valued the parchment more for its cost than for its historical associations. As a matter of fact, our family is of very ancient origin indeed, but, like most descendants of Rurik, who may be regarded as representative of the feudal period of Russian history, it was driven into the background when that period ended, and the Romanovs, enthroned at Moscow, began the work of consolidating the Russian state. In recent times, none of the Kropotkins seemed to have any special liking for state functions. Our great-grandfather and grandfather both retired from the military service when quite young men, and hastened to return to their family estates. It must also be said that of these estates the main one, Yurusovo, situated in the government of Ryazan, on a high hill at the border of fertile prairies, might tempt anyone by the beauty of its shadowy forests, its winding rivers, and its endless meadows. Our grandfather was only a lieutenant when he left the service, and retired to Yurusovo, devoting himself to his estate and to the purchase of other estates in the neighbouring provinces. Probably our generation would have done the same, but our grandfather married a Princess Gagarin, who belonged to a quite different family. Her brother was well known as a passionate lover of the stage. He kept a private theatre of his own, and went so far in his passion as to marry, to the scandal of all his relations, a serf. The genial actress Semyonova, who was one of the creators of dramatic art in Russia, and undoubtedly one of its most sympathetic figures. To the horror of all Moscow, she continued to appear on the stage. I do not know if our grandmother had the same artistic and literary tastes as her brother. I remember her when she was already paralyzed and could speak only in whispers. But it is certain that in the next generation a leaning toward literature became a characteristic of our family. One of the sons of the Princess Gagarin was a minor Russian poet, and issued a book of poems. A fact which my father was ashamed of and always avoided mentioning, and in our own generation several of our cousins, as well as my brother and myself, have contributed more or less to the literature of our period. Our father was a typical officer of the time of Nicholas I. Not that he was imbued with a warlike spirit, or much in love with camp life. I doubt whether he spent a single night of his life at a bivouac fire, or took part in one battle. But under Nicholas I, that was of quite secondary importance. The true military man of those times was the officer who was enamoured of the military uniform and utterly despised all other sorts of attire, whose soldiers were trained to perform almost superhuman tricks with their legs and rifles. To break the wood of the rifle into pieces while presenting arms was one of those famous tricks. And who could show on parade a row of soldiers as perfectly aligned and as motionless as a row of toy soldiers? Very good, the Grand Duke Mikhail said once of a regiment, after having kept it for 1 hour presenting arms. Only they breathe. To respond to the then current conception of a military man was certainly our father's ideal. True, he took part in the Turkish campaign of 1828, but he managed to remain all the time on the staff of the chief commander, and if we children, taking advantage of a moment when he was in a particularly good temper, asked him to tell us something about the war, he had nothing to tell but of a fierce attack of hundreds of Turkish dogs which one night assailed him and his faithful servant, Frol, as they were riding with despatches through an abandoned Turkish village. They had to use swords to extricate themselves from the hungry beasts. Bands of Turks would assuredly have better satisfied our imagination, but we accepted the dogs as a substitute. When, however, pressed by our questions, our father told us how he had won the Cross of St. Anne for gallantry, and the golden sword which he wore, I must confess we felt really disappointed. His story was decidedly too prosaic. The officers of the general staff were lodged in a Turkish village when it took fire. In a moment the houses were enveloped in flames, and in one of them a child had been left behind. Its mother uttered despairing cries. Thereupon Frol, who always accompanied his master, rushed into the flames and saved the child. The chief commander, who saw the act, at once gave father the cross for gallantry. ' But, father,' we exclaimed, ' it was Frol who saved the child.' ' What of that ?' replied he, in the most naive way. ' Was he not my man ? It is all the same.' He also took some part in the campaign of 1831, during the Polish Revolution, and in Warsaw he made the acquaintance of, and fell in love with, the youngest daughter of the commander of an army corps, General Sulima. The marriage was celebrated with great pomp in the Lazenki Palace, the lieutenant governor, Count Paskievich, acting as nuptial godfather on the bridegroom's side. ' But your mother,' our father used to add, ' brought me no fortune whatever.' Which was true. Her father, Nikolai Semyonovich Sulima, was not versed in the art of making a career or a fortune. He must have had in him too much of the blood of those Cossacks of the Dnieper who knew how to fight the well-equipped, warlike Poles, or armies of the Turks, 3 times more than themselves, but knew not how to avoid the snares of the Moscow diplomacy, and, after having fought against the Poles in the terrible insurrection of 1648, which was the beginning of the end for the Polish Republic, lost all their liberties in falling under the dominion of the Russian Tsars. One Sulima was captured by the Poles and tortured to death at Warsaw, but the other colonels of the same stock only fought the more fiercely on that account, and Poland lost Little Russia. As to our grandfather, he knew how, with his regiment of cuirassiers during Napoleon I's invasion, to cut his way into a French infantry square bristling with bayonets, and to recover, after having been left for dead on the battlefield, with a deep cut in his head. But he could not become a valet to the favourite of Alexander I, the omnipotent Arakcheyev, and was consequently sent into a sort of honorary exile, first as a governor-general of West Siberia, and later of East Siberia. In those times such a position was considered more lucrative than a gold mine, but our grandfather returned from Siberia as poor as he went, and left only modest fortunes to his 3 sons and 3 daughters. When I went to Siberia, in 1862, I often heard his name mentioned with respect. He was almost driven to despair by the wholesale stealing which went on in those provinces, and which he had no means to repress. Our mother was undoubtedly a remarkable woman for the time she lived in. Many years after her death, I discovered, in a corner of a storeroom of our country house, a mass of papers covered with her firm but pretty handwriting. Diaries, in which she wrote with delight of the scenery of Germany, and spoke of her sorrows and her thirst for happiness. Books which she had filled with Russian verses prohibited by censorship. Among them the beautiful historical ballads of Rulieff, the poet, whom Nicholas I hanged in 1826. Other books containing music, French dramas, verses of Lamartine, and Byron's poems that she had copied, and a great number of watercolour paintings. Tall, slim, adorned with a mass of dark chestnut hair, with dark brown eyes and a tiny mouth, she looks quite lifelike in a portrait in oils that was painted con amore by a good artist. Always lively and often careless, she was fond of dancing, and the peasant women in our village would tell us how she would admire from a balcony their ring dances, slow and full of grace, and how finally she would herself join in them. She had the nature of an artist. It was at a ball that she caught the cold that produced the inflammation of the lungs which brought her to the grave. All who knew her loved her. The servants worshipped her memory. It was in her name that Madame Bourman took care of us, and in her name the Russian nurse bestowed upon us her love. While combing our hair, or signing us with a cross in our beds, Juliana would often say, "And your mamma must now look upon us from the skies, and shed tears on seeing you, poor orphans." Our whole childhood is irradiated by her memory. How often in some dark passage the hand of a servant would touch Alexander or me with a caress, or a peasant woman, on meeting us in the fields, would ask, "Will you be as good as your mother was? She took compassion on us. You will, surely." Us meant, of course, the serfs. I do not know what would have become of us if we had not found in our house, amidst the serf servants, that atmosphere of love which children must have around them. We were her children, we bore likeness to her, and they lavished their care upon us, sometimes in a touching form, as will be seen later on. Men passionately desire to live after death, but they often pass away without noticing the fact that the memory of a really good person always lives. It is impressed upon the next generation, and is transmitted again to the children. Is not that an immortality worth striving for? End of Childhood, Chapter 3. Childhood, Chapter 4, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. 2 years after the death of our mother, our father married again. He had already cast his eyes upon a nice-looking young person, this time belonging to a wealthy family, when the fates decided another way. One morning, while he was still in his dressing gown, the servants rushed madly into his room, announcing the arrival of General Timofeev, the commander of the 6th Army Corps, to which our father belonged. This favourite of Nicholas I was a terrible man. He would order a soldier to be flogged almost to death for a mistake made during a parade, or he would degrade an officer and send him as a private to Siberia because he had met him in the street with the hooks on his high, stiff collar unfastened. With Nicholas, General Timofeev's word was all-powerful. The general, who had never before been in our house, came to propose to our father to marry his wife's niece, Mademoiselle Elisabeth Carandino, one of several daughters of an admiral of the Black Sea Fleet. A young lady with a classical Greek profile, said to have been very beautiful. Father accepted, and his second wedding, like the first, was solemnized with great pomp. "You young people understand nothing of this kind of thing," he said in conclusion, after having told me the story more than once, with a very fine humour which I will not attempt to reproduce. "But do you know what it meant at the time, the commander of an army corps, above all that one-eyed devil, as we used to call him, coming himself to propose? Of course she had no dowry, only a big trunk filled with ladies' finery, and that Martha, her one serf, dark as a gypsy, sitting upon it." I have no recollection whatever of this event. I only remember a big drawing-room in a richly furnished house, and in that room a young lady, attractive, but with a rather too sharp southern look, gambolling with us and saying, "You see what a jolly mamma you will have." To which Sasha and I, sulkily looking at her, replied, "Our mamma has flown away to the sky." We regarded so much liveliness with suspicion. Winter came, and a new life began for us. Our house was sold, and another was bought and furnished completely anew. All that could convey a reminiscence of our mother disappeared: her portraits, her paintings, her embroideries. In vain, Madame Bourman implored to be retained in our house, and promised to devote herself to the baby our stepmother was expecting as to her own child. She was sent away. Nothing of the Sulimas in my house, she was told. All connection with our uncles and aunts and our grandmother were broken. Juliana was married to Frol, who became a major domo while she was made housekeeper, and for our education a richly paid French tutor, M. Poulain, and a miserably paid Russian student, N. P. Smirnov, were engaged. Many of the sons of the Moscow nobles were educated at that time by Frenchmen, who represented the debris of Napoleon's Grande Armée. M. Poulain was one of them. He had just finished the education of the youngest son of the novelist Zagoskin, and his pupil, Sergei, enjoyed in the old equerries' quarter the reputation of being so well brought up that our father did not hesitate to engage M. Poulain for the considerable sum of 600 roubles a year. M. Poulain brought with him his setter, Trésor, his coffee-pot, Napoleon, and his French textbooks, and he began to rule over us and the serf Matvei, who was attached to our service. His plan of education was very simple. After having woke us up, he attended to his coffee, which he used to take in his room. While we were preparing the morning lessons, he made his toilette with minute care. He shampooed his grey hair so as to conceal his growing baldness, put on his tailcoat, sprinkled and washed himself with eau de Cologne, and then escorted us downstairs to say good morning to our parents. We used to find our father and stepmother at breakfast, and on approaching them we recited in the most ceremonious manner, "Bonjour, mon cher papa," and "Bonjour, ma chère maman," and kissed their hands. M. Poulain made a very complicated and elegant obeisance in pronouncing the words "Bonjour, Monsieur le Prince" and "Bonjour, Madame la Princesse," after which the procession immediately withdrew and retired upstairs. This ceremony was repeated every morning. Then our work began. M. Poulain changed his tailcoat for a dressing gown, covered his head with a leather cap, and dropping into an easy chair said, "Recite the lesson." We recited it by heart from one mark which was made in the book with the nail to the next mark. M. Poulain had brought with him the grammar of Noël and Chapsal, memorable to more than one generation of Russian boys and girls, a book of French dialogues, a history of the world in one volume, and a universal geography, also in one volume. We had to commit to memory the grammar, the dialogues, the history, and the geography. The grammar, with its well-known sentences, "What is grammar?" "The art of speaking and writing correctly," went all right. But the history book, unfortunately, had a preface, which contained an enumeration of all the advantages which can be derived from a knowledge of history. Things went on smoothly enough with the first sentences. We recited, "The prince finds in it magnanimous examples for governing his subjects. The military commander learns from it the noble art of warfare." But the moment we came to law, all went wrong. The jurisconsult meets in it. But what the learned lawyer meets in history we never came to know. That terrible word, jurisconsult, spoiled all the game. As soon as we reached it, we stopped. "On your knees, gros pouf!" exclaimed Poulain. That was for me. "On your knees, grand dada!" That was for my brother. And there we knelt, shedding tears and vainly endeavouring to learn all about the jurisconsult. It cost us many pains, that preface. We were already learning all about the Romans, and used to put our sticks in Juliana's scales when she was weighing rice, just like Brennus. We jumped from our table and other precipices for the salvation of our country, in imitation of Curtius. But M. Poulain would still from time to time return to the preface, and again put us on our knees for that very same jurisconsult. Was it strange that later on both my brother and I should entertain an undisguised contempt for jurisprudence? I do not know what would have happened with geography if M. Poulain's book had had a preface. But happily, the first 20 pages of the book had been torn away. Sergei Zagoskin, I suppose, rendered us that notable service, and so our lessons commenced with the 21st page, which began, "Of the rivers which water France." It must be confessed that things did not always end with kneeling. There was in the classroom a birch rod, and Poulain resorted to it when there was no hope of progress with a preface or with some dialogue on virtue and propriety. But one day Sister Helene, who by this time had left the Catherine Institut des Demoiselles and now occupied a room underneath ours, hearing our cries, rushed all in tears into our father's study and bitterly reproached him with having handed us over to our stepmother, who had abandoned us to a retired French drummer. "Of course," she said, "there is no one to take their part, but I cannot see my brothers being treated in this way by a drummer." Taken thus unprepared, our father could not make a stand. He began to scold Helene, but ended by approving her devotion to her brothers. Thereafter, the birch rod was reserved for teaching the rules of propriety to the setter, Trésor. No sooner had M. Poulain discharged himself of his heavy educational duties than he became quite another man, a lively comrade instead of a gruesome teacher. After lunch he took us out for a walk, and there was no end to his tales. We chattered like birds. Though we never went with him beyond the first pages of syntax, we soon learned, nevertheless, to speak correctly. We used to think in French, and when he had dictated to us half through a book of mythology, correcting our faults by the book, without ever trying to explain to us why a word must be written in a particular way, we had learned to write correctly. After dinner we had our lesson with a Russian teacher, a student of the Faculty of Law in the Moscow University. He taught us all Russian subjects: grammar, arithmetic, history, and so on. But in those years serious teaching had not yet begun. In the meantime, he dictated to us every day a page of history, and in that practical way we quickly learned to write Russian quite correctly. Our best time was on Sundays, when all the family, with the exception of us children, went to dine with Madame la Générale Timofeeff. It would also happen occasionally that both M. Poulain and N.P. Smirnov would be allowed to leave the house, and when this occurred we were placed under the care of Juliana. After a hurriedly eaten dinner we hastened to the great hall, to which the younger housemaids soon repaired. All sorts of games were started: blind man, vulture and chickens, and so on. And then, all of a sudden, Tikhon, the jack of all trades, would appear with a violin. Dancing began, not that measured and tiresome dancing, under the direction of a French dancing master, on india-rubber legs, which made part of our education, but free dancing which was not a lesson, and in which a score of couples turned round any way, and this was only preparatory to the still more animated and rather wild Cossack dance. Tikhon would then hand the violin to one of the older men, and would begin to perform with his legs such wonderful feats that the doors leading to the hall would soon be filled by the cooks and even the coachmen, who came to see the dance so dear to the Russian heart. About 9 o'clock the big carriage was sent to fetch the family home. Tikhon, brush in hand, crawled on the floor to make it shine with its virgin glance, and perfect order was restored in the house. And if, next morning, we two had been submitted to the most severe cross-examination, not a word would have been dropped concerning the previous evening's amusements. We never would have betrayed any one of the servants, nor would they have betrayed us. One Sunday, my brother and I, playing alone in the wide hall, ran against a bracket which supported a costly lamp. The lamp was broken to pieces. Immediately a council was held by the servants. No one scolded us, but it was decided that early next morning Tikhon should at his risk and peril slip out of the house and run to the Smith's Bridge in order to buy another lamp of the same pattern. It cost 15 roubles, an enormous sum for the servants, but it was done, and we never heard a word of reproach about it. When I think of it now, and all these scenes come back to my memory, I notice that we never heard coarse language in any of the games, nor saw in the dances anything like the kind of dancing which children are now taken to admire in the theatres. In the servants' house, among themselves, they assuredly used coarse expressions, but we were children, her children, and that protected us from anything of the sort. In those days children were not bewildered by a profusion of toys, as they are now. We had almost none, and were thus compelled to rely upon our own inventiveness. Besides, we both had early acquired a taste for the theatre. The inferior carnival theatres, with the thieving and fighting shows, produced no lasting impression upon us. We ourselves played enough at robbers and soldiers. But the great star of the ballet, Fanny Elssler, came to Moscow, and we saw her. When father took a box in the theatre, he always secured one of the best, and paid for it well. But then he insisted that all the members of the family should enjoy it to its full value. Small though I was at that time, Fanny Elssler left upon me the impression of a being so full of grace, so light, and so artistic in all her movements, that ever since I have been unable to feel the slightest interest in a dance which belongs more to the domain of gymnastics than the domain of art. Of course the ballet that we saw, Gitana, the Spanish gypsy, had to be repeated at home, its substance, not the dances. We had a ready-made stage, as the doorway which led from our bedroom into the classroom had a curtain instead of a door. A few chairs put in a half-circle in front of the curtain, with an easy-chair for M. Poulain, became the hall and the imperial box, and an audience could easily be mustered with the Russian teacher, Juliana, and a couple of maids from the servants' rooms. 2 scenes of the ballet had to be represented by some means or other. The one where the little Gitana is brought by the gypsies into their camp in a wheelbarrow, and that in which Gitana makes her first appearance on the stage, descending from a hill and crossing a bridge over a brook, which reflects her image. The audience burst into frantic applause at this point, and the cheers were evidently called forth, so we thought at least, by the reflection in the brook. We found our Gitana in one of the youngest girls in the maidservants' room. Her rather shabby blue cotton dress was no obstacle to personifying Fanny Elssler. An overturned chair, pushed along by its legs, head downward, was an acceptable substitute for the wheelbarrow. But the brook! 2 chairs and the long ironing board of Andrei, the tailor, made the bridge, and a piece of blue cotton made the brook. The image in the brook, however, would not appear full size, do what we might with M. Poulain's little shaving glass. After many unsuccessful endeavours we had to give it up, but we bribed Juliana to behave as if she saw the image, and to applaud loudly at this passage, so that finally we began to believe that perhaps something of it could be seen. Racine's Phèdre, or at least the last act of it, also went off nicely. That is, Sasha recited the melodious verses beautifully. À peine nous sortions des portes de Trézène. And I sat absolutely motionless and unconcerned during the whole length of the tragic monologue intended to apprise me of the death of my son, down to the place where, according to the book, I had to exclaim, "Oh Dieu!" But whatsoever we might impersonate, all our performances invariably ended with hell. All candles save one were put out, and this one was placed behind a transparent paper to imitate flames, while my brother and I, concealed from view, howled in the most appalling way as the condemned. Juliana, who did not like to have any allusion to the evil one made at bedtime, looked horrified. But I ask myself now whether this extremely concrete representation of hell, with a candle and a sheet of paper, did not contribute to free us both at an early age from the fear of eternal fire. Our conception of it was too realistic to resist scepticism. I must have been very much of a child when I saw the great Moscow actors, Shchepkin, Sadovsky, and Shumsky, in Gogol's Revisor and another comedy. Still, I remember not only the salient scenes of the 2 plays, but even the attitudes and expressions of these great actors of the realistic school which is now so admirably represented by Doucet. I remembered them so well that when I saw the same plays given at St. Petersburg by actors belonging to the French declamatory school, I found no pleasure in their acting, always comparing them with Shchepkin and Sadovsky, by whom my taste in dramatic art was settled. This makes me think that parents who wish to develop artistic taste in their children ought to take them occasionally to really well-acted good plays, instead of feeding them on a profusion of so-called children's pantomimes. End of Childhood, Chapter 4. Childhood, Chapter 5 of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. When I was in my 8th year, the next step in my career was taken, in a quite unforeseen way. I do not know exactly on what occasion it happened, but probably it was on the 25th anniversary of Nicholas I's reign, when great festivities were arranged at Moscow. The imperial family were coming to the old capital, and the Moscow nobility intended to celebrate this event by a fancy dress ball in which children were to play an important part. It was agreed that the whole motley crowd of nationalities of which the population of the Russian Empire is composed should be represented at this ball to greet the monarch. Great preparations went on in our house, as well as in all the houses of our neighbourhood. Some sort of remarkable Russian costume was made for our stepmother. Our father, being a military man, had to appear, of course, in his uniform, but those of our relatives who were not in the military service were as busy with their Russian, Greek, Caucasian, and Mongolian costumes as the ladies themselves. When the Moscow nobility gives a ball to the imperial family, it must be something extraordinary. As for my brother Alexander and myself, we were considered too young to take part in so important a ceremonial. And yet, after all, I did take part in it. Our mother was an intimate friend of Madame Nazimov, the wife of the general who was governor of Vilno when the emancipation of the serfs began to be spoken of. Madame Nazimov, who was a very beautiful woman, was expected to be present at the ball with her child, about 10 years old, and to wear some wonderful costume of a Persian princess in harmony with which the costume of a young Persian prince, exceedingly rich, with a belt covered with jewels, was made ready for her son. But the boy fell ill just before the ball, and Madame Nazimov thought that one of the children of her best friend would be a good substitute for her own child. Alexander and I were taken to her house to try on the costume. It proved to be too short for Alexander, who was much taller than I, but it fitted me exactly, and therefore it was decided that I should impersonate the Persian prince. The immense hall of the house of the Moscow nobility was crowded with guests. Each of the children received a standard bearing at its top the arms of one of the 60 provinces of the Russian Empire. I had an eagle floating over a blue sea, which represented, as I learned later on, the arms of the government of Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea. We were then ranged at the back of the great hall, and slowly marched in 2 rows toward the raised platform upon which the emperor and his family stood. As we reached it, we went right and left, and thus stood aligned in 1 row before the platform. At a given signal, all standards were lowered before the emperor. The apotheosis of autocracy was made most impressive. Nicholas was enchanted. All provinces of the empire worshipped the supreme ruler. Then we children slowly retired to the rear of the hall. But here some confusion occurred. Chamberlains in their gold-embroidered uniforms were running about, and I was taken out of the ranks. My uncle, Prince Gagarin, dressed as a Tungus. I was dizzy with admiration of his fine leather coat, his bow, and his quiver full of arrows, lifted me up in his arms and planted me on the imperial platform. Whether it was because I was tiniest in the row of boys, or that my round face, framed in curls, looked funny under the high Astrakhan fur bonnet I wore, I know not, but Nicholas wanted to have me on the platform, and there I stood amidst generals and ladies looking down upon me with curiosity. I was told later on that Nicholas I, who was always fond of barracks jokes, took me by the arm and, leading me to Marie Alexandrovna, the wife of the heir to the throne, who was then expecting her 3rd child, said in his military way, "That is the sort of boy you must bring me," a joke which made her blush deeply. I well remember, at any rate, Nicholas asking me whether I would have sweets, but I replied that I should like to have some of those tiny biscuits which were served with tea. We were never overfed at home, and he called a waiter and emptied a full tray into my tall bonnet. "I will take them to Sasha," I said to him. However, the soldier-like brother of Nicholas, Mikhail, who had the reputation of being a wit, managed to make me cry. "When you are a good boy," he said, "they treat you so," and he passed his big hand over my face downwards. "But when you are naughty, they treat you so," and he passed the hand upwards, rubbing my nose, which already had a marked tendency toward growing in that direction. Tears, which I vainly tried to stop, came into my eyes. The ladies at once took my part, and the good-hearted Marie Alexandrovna took me under her protection. She set me by her side, in a high velvet chair with a gilded back, and our people told me afterward that I very soon put my head in her lap and went to sleep. She did not leave her chair during the whole time the ball was going on. I remember also that, as we were waiting in the entrance hall for our carriage, our relatives petted and kissed me, saying, "Petya, you have been made a page." But I answered, "I am not a page, I will go home," and was very anxious about my bonnet, which contained the pretty little biscuits that I was taking home for Sasha. I do not know whether Sasha got many of those biscuits, but I recollect what a hug he gave me when he was told about my anxiety concerning the bonnet. To be inscribed as a candidate for the corps of pages was then a great favour, which Nicholas seldom bestowed on the Moscow nobility. My father was delighted, and already dreamed of a brilliant court career for his son. Our stepmother, every time she told the story, never failed to add, "It is all because I gave him my blessing before he went to the ball." Madame Nazimov was delighted, too, and insisted upon having her portrait painted in the costume in which she looked so beautiful, with me standing at her side. My brother Alexander's fate also was decided next year. The jubilee of the Ismailovsk regiment, to which my father had belonged in his youth, was celebrated about this time at St. Petersburg. One night, while all the household was plunged in deep sleep, a 3-horse carriage, ringing with the bells attached to the harnesses, stopped at our gate. A man jumped out of it, loudly shouting, "Open! An ordinance from His Majesty the Emperor!" One can easily imagine the terror which this nocturnal visit spread in our house. My father, trembling, went down to his study. Court-martial, degradation as a soldier, were words which rang then in the ears of every military man. It was a terrible epoch. But Nicholas simply wanted to have the names of the sons of all the officers who had once belonged to the regiment, in order to send the boys to military schools, if that had not yet been done. A special messenger had been dispatched for that purpose from St. Petersburg to Moscow, and now he called day and night at the houses of the ex-Izmaylovsk officers. With a shaking hand, my father wrote that his eldest son, Nicholas, was already in the first corps of cadets at Moscow, that his youngest son, Peter, was a candidate for the corps of pages, and that there remained only his second son, Alexander, who had not yet entered the military career. A few weeks later came a paper informing father of the monarch's favour. Alexander was ordered to enter a corps of cadets in Orel, a small provincial town. It cost my father a deal of trouble and a large sum of money to get Alexander sent to a corps of cadets at Moscow. This new favour was obtained only in consideration of the fact that our elder brother was in that corps. And thus, owing to the will of Nicholas I, we had both to receive a military education, though, before we were many years older, we simply hated the military career for its absurdity. But Nicholas I was watchful that none of the sons of the nobility should embrace any other profession than the military one, unless they were of infirm health, and so we had all 3 to be officers, to the great satisfaction of my father. End of Childhood, Chapter 5. Childhood, Chapter 6, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Wealth was measured in those times by the number of souls which a landed proprietor owned. So many souls meant so many male serfs. Women did not count. My father, who owned nearly 1,200 souls in 3 different provinces, and who had, in addition to his peasants' holdings, large tracts of land which were cultivated by those peasants, was accounted a rich man. He lived up to his reputation, which meant that his house was open to any number of visitors, and that he kept a very large household. We were a family of 8, occasionally of 10 or 12, but 50 servants at Moscow, and half as many more in the country, were considered not one too many. 4 coachmen to attend a dozen horses, 3 cooks for the masters and 2 more for the servants, a dozen men to wait upon us at dinner time, 1 man, plate in hand, standing behind each person seated at the table, and girls innumerable in the maidservants' room. How could anyone do with less than this? Besides, the ambition of every landed proprietor was that everything required for his household should be made at home by his own men. "How nicely your piano is always tuned. I suppose Herr Schimmel must be your tuner," perhaps a visitor would remark. To be able to answer, "I have my own piano tuner," was in those times the correct thing. "What beautiful pastry!" the guests would exclaim, when a work of art, composed of ices and pastry, appeared toward the end of the dinner. "Confess, Prince, that it comes from Tremblay," the fashionable pastry cook. "It is made by my own confectioner, a pupil of Tremblay, whom I have allowed to show what he can do," was a reply which elicited general admiration. To have embroideries, harnesses, furniture, in fact everything, made by one's own men was the ideal of the rich and respected landed proprietor. As soon as the children of the servants attained the age of 10, they were sent as apprentices to the fashionable shops, where they were obliged to spend 5 or 7 years chiefly in sweeping, in receiving an incredible number of thrashings, and in running about town on errands of all sorts. I must own that few of them became masters of their respective arts. The tailors and the shoemakers were found only skilful enough to make clothes or shoes for the servants, and when a really good pastry was required for a dinner party, it was ordered at Tremblay's, while our own confectioner was beating the drum in the music band. That band was another of my father's ambitions, and almost every one of his male servants, in addition to other accomplishments, was a bass viol or a clarinet in the band. Makar, the piano tuner, alias under butler, was also a flutist. Andrei, the tailor, played the French horn. The confectioner was first put to beat the drum, but he misused his instrument to such a deafening degree that a tremendous trumpet was bought for him, in the hope that his lungs would not have the power to make the same noise as his hands. When, however, this last hope had to be abandoned, he was sent to be a soldier. As to Spotted Tikhon, in addition to his numerous functions in the household as lamp cleaner, floor polisher, and footman, he made himself useful in the band, today as a trombone, tomorrow as a bassoon, and occasionally as second violin. The two first violins were the only exception to the rule. They were violins and nothing else. My father had bought them, with their large families, for a handsome sum of money from his sisters. He never bought serfs from, nor sold them to, strangers. In the evenings, when he was not at his club, or when there was a dinner or an evening party at our house, the band of 12 to 15 musicians was summoned. They played very nicely, and were in great demand for dancing parties in the neighbourhood, still more when we were in the country. This was, of course, a constant source of gratification to my father, whose permission had to be asked to get the assistance of his band. Nothing, indeed, gave him more pleasure than to be asked for help, either in the way mentioned or in any other. For instance, to obtain free education for a boy, or to save somebody from a punishment inflicted upon him by a law court. Although he was liable to fall into fits of rage, he was undoubtedly possessed of a natural instinct towards leniency, and when his patronage was requested, he would write scores of letters in all possible directions, to all sorts of persons of high standing, in favour of his protege. At such times, his mail, which was always heavy, would be swollen by half a dozen special letters, written in a most original, semi-official and semi-humorous style, each of them sealed, of course, with his arms, in a big square envelope, which rattled like a baby rattle on account of the quantity of sand it contained, the use of blotting paper being then unknown. The more difficult the case, the more energy he would display, until he secured the favour he asked for his protege, whom in many cases he never saw. My father liked to have plenty of guests in his house. Our dinner hour was 4, and at 7 the family gathered round the samovar, tea-urn, for tea. Everyone belonging to our circle could drop in at that hour, and from the time my sister Helene was again with us there was no lack of visitors, old and young, who took advantage of the privilege. When the windows facing the street showed bright light inside, that was enough to let people know that the family was at home and friends would be welcome. Nearly every night we had visitors. The green tables were opened in the hall for the card players, while the ladies and the young people stayed in the reception room or around Helene's piano. When the ladies had gone, card playing continued sometimes until the small hours of the morning, and considerable sums of money changed hands among the players. Father invariably lost. But the real danger for him was not at home. It was at the English Club, where the stakes were much higher than in private houses, and especially when he was induced to join a party of very respectable gentlemen in one of the aristocratic houses of the old Equerries' Quarter, where gambling went on all night. On an occasion of this kind, his losses were sure to be heavy. Dancing parties were not infrequent, to say nothing of a couple of obligatory balls every winter. Father's way, in such cases, was to have everything done in a good style, whatever the expense. But at the same time, such niggardliness was practised in our house in daily life that if I were to recount it, I should be accused of exaggeration. It is said of a family of pretenders to the throne of France, renowned for their truly regal hunting parties, that in their everyday life even the tallow candles are minutely counted. The same sort of miserly economy ruled in our house with regard to everything, so much so that when we, the children of the house, grew up, we detested all saving and counting. However, in the old equerries' quarter such a mode of life only raised my father in public esteem. The old prince, it was said, seems to be sharp over money at home, but he knows how a nobleman ought to live. In our quiet and clean lanes that was the kind of life which was most in respect. One of our neighbours, General D., kept his house up in very grand style, and yet the most comical scenes took place every morning between him and his cook. Breakfast over, the old general, smoking his pipe, would himself order the dinner. ' Well, my boy,' he would say to the cook, who appeared in snow-white attire, ' today we shall not be many, only a couple of guests. You will make us a soup, you know, with some spring delicacies, green peas, French beans, and so on. You have not given us any yet, and madam, you know, likes a good French spring soup.' ' Yes, sir.' ' Then anything you like as an entree.' ' Yes, sir.' ' Of course, asparagus is not yet in season, but I saw yesterday such nice bundles of it in the shops.' ' Yes, sir, 8 shillings the bundle.' ' Quite right. Then we are sick of your roasted chickens and turkeys. You ought to get something for a change.' ' Some venison, sir.' ' Yes, yes, anything for a change.' And when the 6 courses of dinner had been decided on, the old general would ask, ' Now how much shall I give you for today's expenses? 6 shillings will do, I suppose.' ' £1, sir.' ' What nonsense, my boy ! Here are 6 shillings. I assure you that's quite enough.' 8 shillings for asparagus, 5 for the vegetables. ' Now look here, my dear boy, be reasonable. I'll go as high as 7 and 6, and you must be economical.' And the bargaining would go on thus for half an hour, until the two would agree upon 14 shillings and 6 pence, with the understanding that the morrow's dinner should not cost more than 3 shillings. Whereupon the general, quite happy at having made such a good bargain, would take his sledge, make a round of the fashionable shops, and return quite radiant, bringing for his wife a bottle of exquisite perfume, for which he had paid a fancy price in a French shop, and announcing to his only daughter that a new velvet mantle, something very simple and very costly, would be sent for her to try on that afternoon. All our relatives, who were numerous on my father's side, lived exactly in the same way, and if a new spirit occasionally made its appearance, it usually took the form of some religious passion. Thus a Prince Gagarin joined the Jesuit order, again to the scandal of all Moscow. Another young prince entered a monastery, while several older ladies became fanatic devotees. There was a single exception. One of our nearest relatives, Prince, let us call him Mirsky, had spent his youth at St. Petersburg as an officer of the Guards. He took no interest in keeping his own tailors and cabinet makers, for his house was furnished in a grand modern style, and his wearing apparel was all made in the best St. Petersburg shops. Gambling was not his propensity. He played cards only when in company with ladies, but his weak point was his dinner table, upon which he spent incredible sums of money. Lent and Easter were his chief epochs of extravagance. When the great Lent came, and it would not have been proper to eat meat, cream, or butter, he seized the opportunity to invent all sorts of delicacies in the way of fish. The best shops of the two capitals were ransacked for that purpose. Special emissaries were dispatched from his estate to the mouth of the Volga to bring back on post horses (there was no railway at that time) a sturgeon of great size, or some extraordinarily cured fish. And when Easter came, there was no end to his inventions. Easter, in Russia, is the most venerated and also the gayest of the yearly festivals. It is the festival of spring. The immense heaps of snow which have been lying during the winter along the streets rapidly thaw, and roaring streams run down the streets. Not like a thief who creeps in by insensible degrees, but frankly and openly spring comes, every day bringing with it a change in the state of the snow and the progress of the buds on the trees. The night frosts only keep the thaw within reasonable bounds. The last week of the Great Lent, Passion Week, was kept in Moscow, in my childhood, with extreme solemnity. It was a time of general mourning, and crowds of people went to the churches to listen to the impressive reading of those passages of the Gospels which relate the sufferings of the Christ. Not only were meat, eggs, and butter not eaten, but even fish was refused, some of the most rigorous taking no food at all on Good Friday. The more striking was the contrast when Easter came. On Saturday everyone attended the night service, which began in a mournful way. Then, suddenly, at midnight, the resurrection news was announced. All the churches were at once illuminated, and gay peals of bells resounded from hundreds of bell towers. General rejoicing began. All the people kissed one another thrice on the cheeks, repeating the resurrection words, and the churches, now flooded with light, shone with the gay toilettes of the ladies. The poorest woman had a new dress. If she had only one new dress a year, she would get it for that night. At the same time, Easter was, and is still, the signal for a real debauch in eating. Special Easter cream cheeses, pashka, and Easter bread, kalish, are prepared, and everyone, no matter how poor he or she may be, must have a small pashka and a small kalish, with at least one egg painted red, to be consecrated in the church, and to be used afterward to break the Lent. With most old Russians, eating began at night, after a short Easter Mass, immediately after the consecrated food had been brought from church, but in the houses of the nobility the ceremony was postponed till Sunday morning, when a table was covered with all sorts of viands, cheeses and pastry, and all the servants came to exchange with their masters 3 kisses and a red-painted egg. Throughout Easter week a table spread with Easter food stood in the great hall, and every visitor was invited to partake. On this occasion Prince Mirsky surpassed himself. Whether he was at St. Petersburg or at Moscow, messengers brought to his house, from his estate, a specially prepared cream cheese for the pashka, and his cook managed to make out of it a piece of artistic confectionery. Other messengers were dispatched to the province of Novgorod to get a bear's ham, which was cured for the prince's Easter table. And while the princess, with her 2 daughters, visited the most austere monasteries, in which the night service would last 3 or 4 hours in succession, and spent all Passion Week in the most mournful condition of mind, eating only a piece of dry bread between the visits she paid to Russian, Roman, and Protestant preachers, her husband made every morning the tour of the well-known Milutin shops at St. Petersburg, where all possible delicacies are brought from the ends of the earth. There he used to select the most extravagant dainties for his Easter table. Hundreds of visitors came to his house, and were asked just to taste this or that extraordinary thing. The end of it was that the prince managed literally to eat up a considerable fortune. His richly furnished house and beautiful estate were sold, and when he and his wife were old they had nothing left, not even a home, and were compelled to live with their children. No wonder that when the emancipation of the serfs came, nearly all these families of the old equerries' quarter were ruined. But I must not anticipate events. End of Childhood, Chapter 6. Childhood, Chapter 7, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. To maintain such numbers of servants as were kept in our house would have been ruinous if all provisions had to be bought at Moscow, but in those times of serfdom things were managed very simply. When winter came, father sat at his table and wrote the following. To the manager of my estate, Nikolskoye, situated in the government of Kaluga, district of Meshovsk, on the river Sirena, from the Prince Alexei Petrovich Kropotkin, colonel and commander of various orders. On receipt of this, and as soon as winter communication is established, thou art ordered to send to my house, situated in the city of Moscow, 25 peasant sledges drawn by 2 horses each, 1 horse from each house, and 1 sledge and 1 man from each second house, and to load them with so many quarters of oats, so many of wheat, and so many of rye, as also with all the poultry and geese and ducks, well frozen, which have to be killed this winter, well packed and accompanied by a complete list, under the supervision of a well-chosen man. And so it went on for a couple of pages, till the next full stop was reached. After this, there followed an enumeration of the penalties which would be inflicted, in case the provisions should not reach the house situated in such a street, number so and so, in due time and in good condition. Some time before Christmas, the 25 peasant sledges really entered our gates, and covered the surface of the wide yard. ' Frol !' shouted my father, as soon as the report of this great event reached him. ' Kiryushka, Yegorka, where are they? Everything will be stolen. Frol, go and receive the oats. Juliana, go and receive the poultry. Kiryushka, call the princess.' All the household was in commotion, the servants running wildly in every direction, from the hall to the yard, and from the yard to the hall, but chiefly to the maidservants' room, to communicate there the Nikolskoye news. Pasha is going to marry after Christmas. Aunt Anna has surrendered her soul to God, and so on. Letters had also come from the country, and very soon one of the maids would steal upstairs into my room. ' Are you alone? The teacher is not in.' ' No, he is at the university.' ' Well, then, be kind and read me this letter from mother.' And I would read to her the naive letter, which always began with the words, ' Father and mother send you their blessing for ages not to be broken.' After this came the news. ' Aunt Eupraxie lies ill, all her bones aching, and your cousin is not yet married, but hopes to be after Easter, and Aunt Stepanida's cow died on All Saints' Day. Following the news came the greetings, 2 pages of them. ' Brother Paul sends you his greetings, and the sisters Mary and Daria send their greetings, and then Uncle Dmitri sends his many greetings, and so on. However, notwithstanding the monotony of the enumeration, each name awakened some remarks. ' Then she is still alive, poor soul, if she sends her greetings. It is 9 years since she has lain motionless.' Or, ' Oh, he has not forgotten me. He must be back, then, for Christmas, such a nice boy. You will write me a letter, won't you? And I must not forget him, then.' I promised, of course, and when the time came I wrote a letter in exactly the same style. When the sledges had been unloaded, the hall filled with peasants. They had put on their best coats over their sheepskins, and waited until father should call them into his room to have a talk about the snow and the prospects of the next crops. They hardly dared to walk in their heavy boots on the polished floor. A few ventured to sit down on the edge of an oak bench. They emphatically refused to make use of chairs. So they waited for hours, looking with alarm upon everyone who entered father's room or issued from it. Some time later on, usually next morning, one of the servants would run slyly upstairs to the classroom. ' Are you alone ?'' Yes.' ' Then go quickly to the hall. The peasants want to see you. Something from your nurse.' When I went down to the hall, one of the peasants would give me a little bundle containing perhaps a few rye cakes, half a dozen hard-boiled eggs, and some apples, tied in a motley coloured cotton kerchief. ' Take that. It is your nurse, Vasilisa, who sends it to you. Look if the apples are not frozen. I hope not. I kept them all the journey on my breast. Such a fearful frost we had.' And the broad bearded face, covered with frost bites, would smile radiantly, showing 2 rows of beautiful white teeth from beneath quite a forest of hair. ' And this is for your brother, from his nurse Anna,' another peasant would say, handing me a similar bundle. ' Poor boy,' she says, ' he can never have enough at school.' Blushing and not knowing what to say, I would murmur at last, ' Tell Vasilisa that I kiss her, and Anna too, for my brother.' At which all faces would become still more radiant. ' Yes, I will, to be sure.' Then Kirila, who kept watch at my father's door, would whisper suddenly, ' Run quickly upstairs. Your father may come out in a moment. Don't forget the kerchief. They want to take it back.' As I carefully folded the worn kerchief, I most passionately desired to send Vasilisa something. But I had nothing to send, not even a toy, and we never had pocket money. Our best time, of course, was in the country. As soon as Easter and Whitsuntide had passed, all our thoughts were directed toward Nikolskoye. However, time went on, the lilacs must be past blooming at Nikolskoye, and father had still thousands of affairs to keep him in town. At last, 5 or 6 peasant carts entered our yard. They came to take all sorts of things which had to be sent to the country house. The great old coach and the other coaches in which we were going to make the journey were taken out and inspected once more. The boxes began to be packed. Our lessons made slow progress. At every moment we interrupted our teachers, asking whether this or that book should be taken with us, and long before all others we began packing our books, our slates, and our toys, which were of our own making. Everything was ready. The peasant carts stood heavily loaded with furniture for the country house, boxes containing the kitchen utensils, and almost countless empty glass jars which were to be brought back in the autumn filled with all kinds of preserves. The peasants waited every morning for hours in the hall, but the order for leaving did not come. Father continued to write all the morning in his room and disappeared at night. Finally, our stepmother interfered, her maid having ventured to report that the peasants were very anxious to return, as haymaking was near. Next afternoon, Frol, the major domo, and Mikhail Aliev, the first violin, were called into father's room. A sack containing the food money, that is, a few coppers a day, for each of the 40 or 50 souls who were to accompany the household to Nikolskoye, was handed to Frol with a list. All were enumerated in that list, the band in full, then the cooks and the undercooks, the laundresses, the under-laundress, who was blessed with a family of 6 mites, Polka Squinting, Domna the big one, Domna the small one, and the rest of them. The first violin received an order of march. I knew it well, because father, seeing that he never would be ready, had called me to copy it into the book, in which he used to copy all outgoing papers. To my house servant, Mikhail Aliev, from Prince Alexei Petrovich Kropotkin, Colonel and Commander. Thou art ordered, on May 29, at 6 a.m., to march out with my loads from the city of Moscow for my estate situated in the government of Kaluga, district of Meshovsk, on the river Sirena, representing a distance of 160 miles from this house, to look after the good conduct of the men entrusted to thee, and if any one of them proves to be guilty of misconduct, or of drunkenness, or of insubordination, to bring the said man before the commander of the garrison detachment of the separate corps of the interior garrisons, with the enclosed circular letter, and to ask that he may be punished by flogging (the first violin knew who was meant), as an example to the others. Thou art ordered, moreover, to look especially after the integrity of the goods entrusted to thy care, and to march according to the following order. First day, stay at village so and so, to feed the horses. Second day, spend the night at the town of Podolsk, and so on for all the 7 or 8 days that the journey would last. Next day, at 10 instead of at 6. Punctuality is not a Russian virtue. Thank God, we are not Germans, true Russians used to say. The carts left the house. The servants had to make the journey on foot. Only the children were accommodated with a seat in a bathtub or basket, on the top of a loaded cart, and some of the women might find an occasional resting place on the edge of a cart. The others had to walk all the 160 miles. As long as they were marching through Moscow, discipline was maintained. It was peremptorily forbidden to wear top boots or to pass a belt over the coat. But when they were on the road, and we overtook them a couple of days later, and especially when it was known that father would stay a few days longer at Moscow, the men and the women, dressed in all sorts of impossible coats, belted with cotton handkerchiefs, burned by the sun or dripping under the rain, and helping themselves along with sticks cut in the woods, certainly looked more like a wandering band of gypsies than the household of a wealthy landowner. Similar peregrinations were made by every household in those times, and when we saw a file of servants marching along one of our streets, we at once knew that the Apukhtins or the Pryanishnikovs were migrating. The carts were gone, yet the family did not move. All of us were sick of waiting, but father still continued to write interminable orders to the managers of his estates, and I copied them diligently into the big, outgoing book. At last the order to start was given. We were called downstairs. My father read aloud the order of march, addressed to the Princess Kropotkin, wife of Prince Alexei Petrovich Kropotkin, Colonel and Commander, in which the halting places during the 5 days' journey were duly enumerated. True, the order was written for May 30, and the departure was fixed for 9 a.m., though May was gone, and the departure took place in the afternoon. This upset all calculations. But, as is usual in military marching orders, this circumstance had been foreseen, and was provided for in the following paragraph. If, however, contrary to expectation, the departure of your Highness does not take place at the said day and hour, you are requested to act according to the best of your understanding, in order to bring the said journey to its best issue. Then all present, the family and the servants, sat down for a moment, signed themselves with the cross, and bade my father good-bye. "I entreat you, Alexis, don't go to the club," our stepmother whispered to him. The great coach, drawn by 4 horses, with a postillion, stood at the door, with its little folding ladder to facilitate climbing in. The other coaches also were there. Our seats were enumerated in the marching orders, but our stepmother had to exercise the best of her understanding even at that early stage of the proceedings, and we started to the great satisfaction of all. The journey was an inexhaustible source of enjoyment for us children. The stages were short, and we stopped twice a day to feed the horses. As the ladies screamed at the slightest declivity of the road, it was found more convenient to alight each time the road went up or downhill, which it did continually, and we took advantage of this to have a peep into the woods by the roadside, or a run along some crystal brook. The beautifully kept high road from Moscow to Warsaw, which we followed for some distance, was covered, moreover, with a variety of interesting objects: files of loaded carts, groups of pilgrims, and all sorts of people. Twice a day we stopped in large animated villages, and after a good deal of bargaining about the prices to be charged for hay and oats, as well as for the samovars, we dismounted at the gates of an inn. Cook Andrei bought a chicken and made the soup, while we ran in the meantime to the next wood, or examined the farmyard, the gardens, the inner life of the inn. At Maloyaroslavets, where a battle was fought in 1812, when the Russian army vainly attempted to stop Napoleon in his retreat from Moscow, we usually spent the night. M. Poulain, who had been wounded in the Spanish campaign, knew, or pretended to know, everything about the battle at Maloyaroslavets. He took us to the battlefield, and explained how the Russians tried to check Napoleon's advance, and how the Grande Armée crushed them and made its way through the Russian lines. He explained it as well as if he himself had taken part in the battle. Here the Cossacks attempted un mouvement tournant, but Davout, or some other marshal, routed them and pursued them just beyond these hills on the right. There the left wing of Napoleon crushed the Russian infantry, and here Napoleon himself, at the head of the Old Guard, charged Kutuzov's centre and covered himself and his guard with undying glory. We once took the old Kaluga route and stopped at Tarutino, but here M. Poulain was much less eloquent. For it was at this place that Napoleon, who intended to retreat by a southern route, was compelled, after a bloody battle, to abandon his plan, and was forced to take the Smolensk route, which his army had laid waste during its march on Moscow. However, in M. Poulain's narrative, Napoleon did not lose the battle. He was only deceived by his marshals. Otherwise he would have marched straight upon Kiev and Odessa, and his eagles would have floated over the Black Sea. Beyond Kaluga, we had to cross for a stretch of 5 miles a beautiful pine forest, which remains connected in my memory with some of the happiest reminiscences of my childhood. The sand in that forest was as deep as in an African desert, and we went all the way on foot, while the horses, stopping every moment, slowly dragged the carriages in the sand. When I was in my teens, it was my delight to leave the family behind, and to walk the whole distance by myself. Immense red pines, centuries old, rose on every side, and not a sound reached the ear except the voices of the lofty trees. In a small ravine a fresh crystal spring murmured, and a passer-by had left in it, for the use of those who should come after him, a small funnel-shaped ladle, made of birch bark, with a split stick for a handle. Noiselessly a squirrel ran up a tree, and the underwood was as full of mysteries as were the trees. In that forest my first love of nature and my first dim perception of its incessant life were born. Beyond the forest, and past the ferry which took us over the Ugra, we left the high road and entered narrow country lanes, where green ears of rye bent toward the coach, and the horses managed to bite mouthfuls of grass on either side of the way, as they ran, closely pressed to one another in the narrow, trench-like road. At last, we saw the willows which marked the approach to our village, and suddenly we caught sight of the elegant pale yellow bell tower of the Nikolskoye church. For the quiet life of the landlords of those times, Nikolskoye was admirably suited. There was nothing in it of the luxury which is seen in richer estates, but an artistic hand was visible in the planning of the buildings and gardens, and in the general arrangement of things. Besides the main house, which father had recently built, there were, round a spacious and well-kept yard, several smaller houses, which gave a greater degree of independence to their inhabitants, without destroying the close intercourse of the family life. An immense upper garden was devoted to fruit trees, and through it the church was reached. The southern slope of the land, which led to the river, was entirely given up to a pleasure garden, where flower beds were intermingled with alleys of lime trees, lilacs, and acacias. From the balcony of the main house there was a beautiful view of the Sirena, with the ruins of an old earthen fortress where the Russians had offered a stubborn resistance during the Mongol invasion, and farther on, the boundless yellow grain fields, with copses of woods, on the horizon. In the early years of my childhood, we occupied with M. Poulain one of the separate houses entirely by ourselves, and after his method of education was softened by the intervention of our sister Helene, we were on the best possible terms with him. Father was invariably absent from home in the summer, which he spent in military inspections, and our stepmother did not pay much attention to us, especially after her own child, Pauline, was born. We were thus always with M. Poulain, who thoroughly enjoyed the stay in the country, and let us enjoy it. The woods, the walks along the river, the climbing over the hills to the old fortress, which M. Poulain made alive for us as he told us how it was defended by the Russians, and how it was captured by the Tartars. The little adventures, in one of which he became our hero by saving Alexander from drowning, an occasional encounter with wolves. There was no end of new and delightful impressions. Large parties were also organized, in which all the family took part, sometimes picking mushrooms in the woods, and afterward having tea in the midst of the forest, where a man 100 years old lived alone with his little grandson, taking care of the bees. At other times we went to one of father's villages where a big pond had been dug, in which golden carp were caught by the thousand, part of them being taken for the landlord and the remainder being distributed among all the peasants. My former nurse, Vasilisa, lived in that village. Her family was one of the poorest. Besides her husband, she had only a small boy to help her, and a girl, my foster sister, who became later on a preacher and a virgin in the nonconformist sect to which they belonged. There was no bound to her joy when I came to see her. Cream, eggs, apples, and honey were all that she could offer, but the way in which she offered them, in bright wooden plates, after having covered the table with a fine snow-white linen tablecloth of her own making. With the Russian nonconformists, absolute cleanliness is a matter of religion, and the fond words with which she addressed me, treating me as her own son, left the warmest feelings in my heart. I must say the same of the nurses of my elder brothers, Nicholas and Alexander, who belonged to prominent families of two other nonconformist sects in Nikolskoye. Few know what treasures of goodness can be found in the hearts of Russian peasants, even after centuries of the most cruel oppression, which might well have embittered them. On stormy days, M. Poulain had an abundance of tales to tell us, especially about the campaign in Spain. Over and over again we induced him to tell us how he was wounded in a battle, and every time he came to the point when he felt warm blood streaming into his boots, we jumped to kiss him and gave him all sorts of pet names. Everything seemed to prepare us for the military career. The predilection of our father, the only toys that I remember his having bought for us were a rifle and a real sentry box. The war tales of M. Poulain, nay, even the library which we had at our disposal. This library, which had once belonged to General Repninsky, our mother's grandfather, a learned military man of the 18th century, consisted exclusively of books on military warfare, adorned with rich plates and beautifully bound in leather. It was our chief recreation, on wet days, to look over the plates of these books, representing the weapons of warfare since the times of the Hebrews, and giving plans of all the battles that had been fought since Alexander of Macedonia. These heavy books also offered excellent materials for building out of them strong fortresses which would stand for some time the blows of a battering ram and the projectiles of an Archimedean catapult, which, however, persisted in sending stones into the windows and was soon prohibited. Yet neither Alexander nor I became military men. The literature of the 60s wiped out the teachings of our childhood. M. Poulin's opinions about revolutions were those of the Orléanist Illustration Française, of which he received back numbers, and of which we knew all the woodcuts. For a long time I could not imagine a revolution otherwise than in the shape of Death riding on a horse, the red flag in one hand and a scythe in the other, mowing down men right and left. So it was pictured in the Illustration. But I now think that M. Poulin's dislike was limited to the uprising of 1848, for one of his tales about the revolution of 1789 deeply impressed my mind. The title of prince was used in our house with and without occasion. M. Poulain must have been shocked by it, for he began once to tell us what he knew of the great revolution. I cannot now recall what he said, but one thing I remember, namely that Count Mirabeau and other nobles one day renounced their titles, and that Count Mirabeau, to show his contempt for aristocratic pretensions, opened a shop decorated with a signboard which bore the inscription Mirabeau, tailor. I tell the story as I had it from M. Poulain. For a long time after that I worried myself thinking what trade I should take up, so as to write Kropotkin, such and such a handicraft man. Later on, my Russian teacher, Nikolai Pavlovich Smirnov, and the general republican tone of Russian literature influenced me in the same way, and when I began to write novels, that is, in my 12th year, I adopted the signature P. Kropotkin, which I never have departed from, notwithstanding the remonstrances of my chiefs when I was in the military service. End of Childhood, Chapter 7. Childhood, Chapter 8, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Childhood, Chapter 8. In the autumn of 1852, my brother Alexander was sent to the Corps of Cadets, and from that time we saw each other only during the holidays and occasionally on Sundays. The Corps of Cadets was 6 miles from our house, and although we had a dozen horses, it always happened that when the time came to send the sledge to the Corps, there was no horse free for that purpose. My eldest brother, Nicholas, came home very seldom. The relative freedom which Alexander found at school, and especially in the influence of 2 of his teachers in literature, developed his intellect rapidly, and later on I shall have ample occasion to speak of the beneficial influence that he exercised upon my own development. It is a great privilege to have had a loving, intelligent elder brother. In the meantime I remained at home. I had to wait till my turn to enter the Corps of Pages should come, and that did not happen until I was nearly 15 years of age. M. Poulain was dismissed, and a German tutor was engaged instead. He was one of those idealistic men who are not uncommon among Germans, but I remember him chiefly on account of the enthusiastic way in which he used to recite Schiller's poetry, accompanying it with a most naive kind of acting that delighted me. He stayed with us only one winter. The next winter I was sent to attend the classes at a Moscow gymnasium, and finally I remained with our Russian teacher, Smirnov. We soon became friends, especially after my father took both of us for a journey to his Ryazan estate. During this journey we indulged in all sorts of fun, and we used to invent humorous stories in connection with the men and the things that we saw, while the impression produced upon me by the hilly tracts we crossed added some new and fine touches to my growing love of nature. Under the impulse given me by Smirnov, my literary tastes also began to grow, and during the years from 1854 to 1857 I had full opportunity to develop them. My teacher, who had by this time finished his studies at the university, obtained a small clerkship in a law court, and spent his mornings there. I was thus left to myself till dinner time, and after having prepared my lessons and taken a walk, I had plenty of leisure for reading and writing. In the autumn, when my teacher returned to his office at Moscow, while we remained in the country, I was left again to myself, and though in continual intercourse with the family, and spending part of the day in playing with my little sister Pauline, I could in fact dispose of my time as I liked. Serfdom was then in the last years of its existence. It is recent history. It seems to be only of yesterday, and yet, even in Russia, few realize what serfdom was in reality. There is a dim conception that the conditions which it created were very bad, but how these conditions affected human beings bodily and mentally is only vaguely understood. It is amazing, indeed, to see how quickly an institution and its social consequences are forgotten when the institution has ceased to exist, and with what rapidity men and things change after that. I will try to recall the conditions of serfdom by telling, not what I heard, but what I saw. Uliana, the housekeeper, stands in the passage leading to father's room, and crosses herself. She dares neither to advance nor to retreat. At last, after having recited a prayer, she enters the room, and reports, in a hardly audible voice, that the store of tea is nearly at an end, that there are only 20 pounds of sugar left, and that the other provisions will soon be exhausted. "Thieves! Robbers!" shouts my father. "And you are in league with them." His voice thunders throughout the house. Our stepmother leaves Juliana to face the storm. But father cries, "Frol, call the princess. Where is she?" And when she enters, he receives her with the same reproaches. "You also are in league with this progeny of Ham. You are standing up for them." And so on, for half an hour or more. Then he commences to verify the accounts. At the same time, he thinks about the hay. Frol is sent to weigh what is left of that, and our stepmother is sent to be present during the weighing, while father calculates how much of it ought to be in the barn. A considerable quantity of hay appears to be missing, and Juliana cannot account for several pounds of such and such provisions. Father's voice becomes more and more menacing. Juliana is trembling, but it is the coachman who now enters the room, and is stormed at by his master. Father springs at him, strikes him, but he keeps repeating, "Your Highness must have made a mistake." Father repeats his calculations, and this time it appears that there is more hay in the barn than there ought to be. The shouting continues. He now reproaches the coachman with not having given the horses their daily rations in full, but the coachman calls on all the saints to witness that he gave the animals their due, and Frol invokes the Virgin to confirm the coachman's appeal. But father will not be appeased. He calls in Makar, the piano tuner and sub-butler, and reminds him of all his recent sins. He was drunk last week, and must have been drunk yesterday, for he broke half a dozen plates. In fact, the breaking of those plates was the real cause of all the disturbance. Our stepmother had reported the fact to father in the morning, and that was why Juliana was received with more scolding than was usually the case, why the verification of the hay was undertaken, and why father now continues to shout that this progeny of Ham deserve all the punishments on earth. Of a sudden, there is a lull in the storm. My father takes a seat at the table and writes a note. Take Makar with his note to the police station, and let 100 lashes with a birch rod be given to him. Terror and absolute muteness reign in the house. The clock strikes 4, and we all go down to dinner, but no one has any appetite, and the soup remains in the plates untouched. We are 10 at table, and behind each of us a violinist or a trombone player stands with a clean plate in his left hand, but Makar is not among them. "Where is Makar?" our stepmother asks. "Call him in." Makar does not appear, and the order is repeated. He enters at last, pale, with a distorted face, ashamed, his eyes cast down. Father looks into his plate, while our stepmother, seeing that no one has touched the soup, tries to encourage us. "Don't you find, children," she says, "that the soup is delicious?" Tears suffocate me, and immediately after dinner is over I run out, catch Makar in a dark passage and try to kiss his hand, but he tears it away and says, either as a reproach or as a question, "Let me alone. You too, when you are grown up, will you not be just the same?" "No, no, never!" Yet father was not among the worst of the landowners. On the contrary, the servants and the peasants considered him one of the best. What we saw in our house was going on everywhere, often in much more cruel forms. The flogging of the serfs was a regular part of the duties of the police and of the fire brigade. A landowner once made the remark to another: "Why is it, General, that the number of the souls on your estate increases so slowly? You probably do not look after their marriages." A few days later the General ordered that a list of all the inhabitants of his village should be brought him. He picked out from it the names of the boys who had attained the age of 18, and of the girls just past 16. These are the legal ages for marriage in Russia. John to marry Anna, Paul to marry Parashka, and so on with 5 couples. The 5 weddings, he added, must take place in 10 days, the next Sunday but one. A general cry of despair rose from the village. Women, young and old, wept in every house. Paul's parents had already had a talk with the Fedotovs about their girl, who would soon be of age. Moreover, it was the season for ploughing, not for weddings, and what wedding can be prepared in 10 days? Dozens of peasants came to see the landowner. Peasant women stood in groups at the back entrance of the mansion, with pieces of fine linen for the landowner's spouse, to secure her intervention. All in vain. The master had said that the weddings should take place at such a date, and so it must be. At the appointed time, the nuptial processions, in this case more like burial processions, went to the church. The women cried with loud voices, as they are wont to cry during burials. One of the house valets was sent to the church, to report to the master as soon as the wedding ceremonies were over, but soon he came running back, cap in hand, pale and distressed. Parashka, he said, makes a stand. She refuses to be married to Paul. Father, that is, the priest, asked her, "Do you agree?" But she replied in a loud voice, "No, I don't." The landowner grew furious. "Go and tell that long-maned drunkard," meaning the priest, the Russian clergy wear their hair long, "that if Parashka is not married at once, I will report him as a drunkard to the archbishop. How dares he, clerical dirt, disobey me? Tell him he shall be sent to rot in a monastery, and I shall exile Parashka's family to the steppes." The valet transmitted the message. Parashka's relatives and the priest surrounded the girl. Her mother, weeping, fell on her knees before her, entreating her not to ruin the whole family. The girl continued to say, "I won't," but in a weaker and weaker voice, then in a whisper, until at last she stood silent. The nuptial crown was put on her head. She made no resistance, and the valet ran full speed to the mansion to announce, "They are married." Half an hour later, the small bells of the nuptial processions resounded at the gate of the mansion. The 5 couples alighted from the cars, crossed the yard, and entered the hall. The landlord received them, offering them glasses of wine, while the parents, standing behind the crying daughters, ordered them to bow to the earth before their lord. Marriages by order were so common that amongst our servants, each time a young couple foresaw that they might be ordered to marry, although they had no mutual inclination for each other, they took the precaution of standing together as godfather and godmother at the christening of a child in one of the peasant families. This rendered marriage impossible, according to Russian church law. The stratagem was usually successful, but once it ended in a tragedy. Andrei, the tailor, fell in love with a girl belonging to one of our neighbours. He hoped that my father would permit him to go free, as a tailor, in exchange for a certain yearly payment, and that by working hard at his trade he could manage to lay aside some money and to buy freedom for the girl. Otherwise, in marrying one of my father's serfs, she would have become the serf of her husband's master. However, as Andrei and one of the maids of our household foresaw that they might be ordered to marry, they agreed to unite as godparents in the christening of a child. What they had feared happened. One day they were called to the master, and the dreaded order was given. "We are always obedient to your will," they replied, "but a few weeks ago we acted as godfather and godmother at a christening." Andrei also explained his wishes and intentions. The result was that he was sent to the recruiting board to become a soldier. Under Nicholas I there was no obligatory military service for all, such as now exists. Nobles and merchants were exempt, and when a new levy of recruits was ordered, the landowners had to supply a certain number of men from their serfs. As a rule, the peasants, within their village communities, kept a roll amongst themselves, but the house servants were entirely at the mercy of their lord, and if he was dissatisfied with one of them, he sent him to the recruiting board and took a recruit acquittance, which had a considerable money value, as it could be sold to anyone whose turn it was to become a soldier. Military service in those times was terrible. A man was required to serve 25 years under the colours, and the life of a soldier was hard in the extreme. To become a soldier meant to be torn away forever from one's native village and surroundings, and to be at the mercy of officers like Timofeev, whom I have already mentioned. Blows from the officers, flogging with birch rods and with sticks, for the slightest fault, were normal affairs. The cruelty that was displayed surpasses all imagination. Even in the corps of cadets, where only noblemen's sons were educated, 1,000 blows with birch rods were sometimes administered, in the presence of all the corps, for a cigarette, the doctor standing by the tortured boy and ordering the punishment to end only when he ascertained that the pulse was about to stop beating. The bleeding victim was carried away unconscious to the hospital. The Grand Duke Mikhail, commander of the military schools, would quickly have removed the director of a corps in which 1 or 2 such cases did not occur every year. No discipline, he would have said. With common soldiers it was far worse. When one of them appeared before a court-martial, the sentence was that 1,000 men should be placed in 2 ranks facing each other, every soldier armed with a stick of the thickness of the little finger. These sticks were known under their German name of Spitzruthen, and that the condemned man should be dragged 3, 4, 5, and 7 times between these 2 rows, each soldier administering a blow. Sergeants followed to see that the full force was used. After 1 or 2,000 blows had been given, the victim, spitting blood, was taken to the hospital and attended to, in order that the punishment might be finished as soon as he had more or less recovered from the effects of the first part of it. If he died under the torture, the execution of the sentence was completed upon the corpse. Nicholas I and his brother Mikhail were pitiless. No remittance of the punishment was ever possible. "I will send you through the ranks. You shall be skinned under the sticks," were threats which made part of the current language. A gloomy terror used to spread through our house when it became known that one of the servants was to be sent to the recruiting board. The man was chained and placed under guard in the office to prevent suicide. A peasant cart was brought to the office door, and the doomed man was taken out between 2 watchmen. All the servants surrounded him. He made a deep bow, asking everyone to pardon him his willing or unwilling offences. If his mother and father lived in our village, they came to see him off. He bowed to the ground before them, and his mother and his other female relatives began loudly to sing out their lamentations, a sort of half-song and half-recitative. "To whom do you abandon us? Who will take care of you in the strange lands? Who will protect me from cruel men?" Exactly in the same way in which they sang their lamentations at a burial, and with the same words. Thus Andrei had now to face for 25 years the terrible fate of a soldier. All his schemes of happiness had come to a violent end. The fate of one of the maids, Pauline, or Polya, as she used to be called, was even more tragical. She had been apprenticed to make fine embroidery, and was an artist at the work. At Nikolskoye her embroidery frame stood in Sister Helene's room, and she often took part in the conversations that went on between our sister and a sister of our stepmother who stayed with Helene. Altogether, by her behaviour and talk, Polya was more like an educated young person than a housemaid. A misfortune befell her. She realized that she would soon be a mother. She told all to our stepmother, who burst into reproaches. "I will not have that creature in my house any longer. I will not permit such a shame in my house. Oh, the shameless creature!" and so on. The tears of Helene made no difference. Polya had her hair cut short, and was exiled to the dairy. But as she was just embroidering an extraordinary skirt, she had to finish it at the dairy, in a dirty cottage, at a microscopical window. She finished it, and made many more fine embroideries, all in the hope of obtaining her pardon. But pardon did not come. The father of her child, a servant of one of our neighbours, implored permission to marry her, but as he had no money to offer, his request was refused. Polya's too gentlewoman-like manners were taken as an offence, and a most bitter fate was kept in reserve for her. There was in our household a man employed as a postillion, on account of his small size. He went under the name of Bandy-legged Filka. In his boyhood a horse had kicked him terribly, and he did not grow. His legs were crooked, his feet were turned inward, his nose was broken and turned to one side, his jaw was deformed. To this monster it was decided to marry Polya, and she was married by force. The couple were sent to become peasants at my father's estate in Ryazan. Human feelings were not recognized, not even suspected, in serfs, and when Turgenev published his little story Mumu, and Grigorovich began to issue his thrilling novels, in which he made his readers weep over the misfortunes of the serfs, it was to a great number of persons a startling revelation. "They love just as we do. Is it possible?" exclaimed the sentimental ladies who could not read a French novel without shedding tears over the troubles of the noble heroes and heroines. The education which the owners occasionally gave to some of their serfs was only another source of misfortune for the latter. My father once picked out in a peasant house a clever boy, and sent him to be educated as a doctor's assistant. The boy was diligent, and after a few years' apprenticeship made a decided success. When he returned home, my father bought all that was required for a well-equipped dispensary, which was arranged very nicely in one of the side houses of Nikolskoye. In summer-time, Sasha the doctor, that was the familiar name under which this young man went in the household, was busy gathering and preparing all sorts of medical herbs, and in a short time he became most popular in the region round Nikolskoye. The sick people among the peasants came from the neighbouring villages, and my father was proud of the success of his dispensary. But this condition of things did not last. One winter, my father came to Nikolskoye, stayed there for a few days, and left. That night Sasha the doctor shot himself. By accident, it was reported, but there was a love story at the bottom of it. He was in love with a girl whom he could not marry, as she belonged to another landowner. The case of another young man, Gerasim Kruglov, whom my father educated at the Moscow Agricultural Institute, was almost equally sad. He passed his examinations most brilliantly, getting a gold medal, and the director of the institute made all possible endeavours to induce my father to give him freedom and to let him go to the university, serfs not being allowed to enter there. He is sure to become a remarkable man, the director said, perhaps one of the glories of Russia, and it will be an honour for you to have recognized his capacities and to have given such a man to Russian science. "I need him for my own estate," my father replied to the many applications made on the young man's behalf. In reality, with the primitive methods of agriculture which were then in use, and from which my father would never have departed, Gerasim Kruglov was absolutely useless. He made a survey of the estate, but when that was done he was ordered to sit in the servants' room and to stand with a plate at dinner time. Of course Gerasim resented it very much. His dreams carried him to the university, to scientific work. His looks betrayed his discontent, and our stepmother seemed to find him an especial pleasure in offending him at every opportunity. One day in the autumn, a rush of wind having opened the entrance gate, she called out to him, "Garaska, go and shut the gate." That was the last drop. He answered, "You have a porter for that," and went his way. My stepmother ran into my father's room, crying, Your servants insult me in your house.' Immediately, Gerasim was put under arrest, and chained to be sent away as a soldier. The parting of his old father and mother with him was one of the most heartrending scenes I ever saw. This time, however, fate took its revenge. Nicholas I died, and military service became more tolerable. Gerasim's great ability was soon remarked, and in a few years he was one of the chief clerks, and the real working force in one of the departments of the Ministry of War. Meanwhile, my father, who was absolutely honest, and at a time when almost everyone was receiving bribes and making fortunes, had never let himself be bribed, departed once from the strict rules of the service in order to oblige the commander of the corps to which he belonged, and consented to allow an irregularity of some kind. It nearly cost him his promotion to the rank of general. The only object of his 35 years' service in the army seemed on the point of being lost. My stepmother went to St. Petersburg to remove the difficulty, and one day, after many applications, she was told that the only way to obtain what she wanted was to address herself to a particular clerk in a certain department of the ministry. Although he was a mere clerk, he was the real head of his superiors and could do everything. This man's name was Gerasim Ivanovich Kruglov. "Imagine our Garaska," she said to me afterward. "I always knew that he had great capacity. I went to see him and spoke to him about this affair, and he said, 'I have nothing against the old prince, and I will do all I can for him.' Gerasim kept his word. He made a favourable report, and my father got his promotion. At last he could put on the long coveted red trousers and the red-lined overcoat, and could wear the plumage on his helmet. These were things which I myself saw in my childhood. If, however, I were to relate what I heard of in those years, it would be a much more gruesome narrative. Stories of men and women torn from their families and their villages, and sold, or lost in gambling, or exchanged for a couple of hunting dogs, and then transported to some remote part of Russia for the sake of creating a new estate, of children taken from their parents and sold to cruel or dissolute masters, of flogging in the stables, which occurred every day with unheard-of cruelty, of a girl who found her only salvation in drowning herself, of an old man who had grown grey-haired in his master's service and at last hanged himself under his master's window, and of revolts of serfs, which were suppressed by Nicholas I's generals by flogging to death each 10th or 5th man taken out of the ranks, and by laying waste the village, whose inhabitants, after a military execution, went begging for bread in the neighbouring provinces, as if they had been the victims of a conflagration. As to the poverty which I saw during our journeys in certain villages, especially in those which belonged to the imperial family, no words would be adequate to describe the misery to readers who have not seen it. To become free was the constant dream of the serfs, a dream not easily realized, for a heavy sum of money was required to induce a landowner to part with a serf. "Do you know," my father said to me once, "that your mother appeared to me after her death? You young people do not believe in these things, but it was so. I sat one night very late in this chair, at my writing table, and slumbered, when I saw her enter from behind, all in white, quite pale, and with her eyes gleaming. When she was dying she begged me to promise that I would give liberty to her maid, Masha, and I did promise. But then, what with one thing and another, nearly a whole year passed without my having fulfilled my intention. Then she appeared, and said to me in a low voice, 'Alexis, you promised me to give liberty to Masha. Have you forgotten it?' I was quite terrified. I jumped out of my chair, but she had vanished. I called the servants, but no one had seen anything. Next morning I went to her grave and had a litany sung, and immediately gave liberty to Masha. When my father died, Masha came to his burial, and I spoke to her. She was married and quite happy in her family life. My brother Alexander, in his jocose way, told her what my father had said, and we asked her what she knew of it. 'These things,' she replied, 'happened a long time ago, so I may tell you the truth. I saw that your father had quite forgotten his promise, so I dressed up in white and spoke like your mother. I recalled the promise he had made to her. You won't bear a grudge against me, will you?' 'Of course not.' 10 or 12 years after the scenes described in the early part of this chapter, I sat one night in my father's room, and we talked of things past. Serfdom had been abolished, and my father complained of the new conditions, though not very severely. He had accepted them without much grumbling. ' You must agree, father,' I said, ' that you often punished your servants cruelly, and without any reason.' ' With the people,' he replied, ' it was impossible to do otherwise,' and, leaning back in his easy chair, he remained plunged in thought. ' But what I did was nothing worth speaking of,' he said after a long pause. ' Take that same Sablev. He looks so soft, and talks in such a meek voice, but he was really terrible with his serfs. How many times they plotted to kill him! I, at least, never took advantage of my maids, whereas that old devil Tonkov went on in such a way that the peasant women were going to inflict a terrible punishment upon him. Goodbye. Bonne nuit. End of Childhood, Chapter 8. Childhood, Chapters 9 and 10, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Childhood, Chapter 9. I well remember the Crimean War. At Moscow it affected people but little. Of course, in every house lint and bandages for the wounded were made at evening parties. Not much of it, however, reached the Russian armies, immense quantities being stolen and sold to the armies of the enemy. My sister Helene and other young ladies sang patriotic songs, but the general tone of life in society was hardly influenced by the great struggle that was going on. In the country, on the contrary, the war caused much gloominess. The levies of recruits followed one another rapidly, and we continually heard the peasant women singing their funereal songs. The Russian people look upon war as a calamity which is being sent upon them by Providence, and they accepted this war with a solemnity that contrasted strangely with the levity I saw elsewhere under similar circumstances. Young though I was, I realized that feeling of solemn resignation which pervaded our villages. My brother Nicholas was smitten like many others by the war fever, and before he had ended his course at the corps, he joined the army in the Caucasus. I never saw him again. In the autumn of 1954 our family was increased by the arrival of two sisters of our stepmother. They had had their own house and some vineyards at Sebastopol, but now they were homeless, and came to stay with us. When the Allies landed in the Crimea, the inhabitants of Sebastopol were told that they need not be afraid, and had only to stay where they were, but after the defeat at the Alma, they were ordered to leave with all haste, as the city would be invested within a few days. There were few conveyances, and there was no way of moving along the roads in the face of the troops which were marching southward. To hire a cart was almost impossible, and the ladies, having abandoned all they had on the road, had a very hard time of it before they reached Moscow. I soon made friends with the younger of the two sisters, a lady of about 30, who used to smoke one cigarette after another, and to tell me of all the horrors of their journey. She spoke with tears in her eyes of the beautiful battleships which had to be sunk at the entrance of the harbour of Sebastopol, and she could not understand how the Russians would be able to defend Sebastopol from the land. There was no wall even worth speaking of. I was in my 13th year when Nicholas I died. It was late in the afternoon of February 18, March 2nd, that the policemen distributed in all the houses of Moscow a bulletin announcing the illness of the Tsar, and inviting the inhabitants to pray in the churches for his recovery. At that time he was already dead, and the authorities knew it, as there was telegraphic communication between Moscow and St. Petersburg, but not a word having been previously uttered about his illness, they thought that the people must be gradually prepared for the announcement of his death. We all went to church and prayed most piously. Next day, Saturday, the same thing was done, and even on Sunday morning bulletins about the Tsar's health were distributed. The news of the death of Nicholas reached us only about midday, through some servants who had been to the market. A real terror reigned in our house and in the houses of our relatives, as the information spread. It was said that the people in the market behaved in a strange way, showing no regret, but indulging in dangerous talk. Full-grown people spoke in whispers, and our stepmother kept repeating, "Don't talk before the men," while the servants whispered among themselves, probably about the coming freedom. The nobles expected at every moment a revolt of the serfs, a new uprising of Pugachoff. At St. Petersburg, in the meantime, men of the educated classes, as they communicated to one another in the news, embraced in the streets. Everyone felt that the end of the war and the end of the terrible conditions which prevailed under the iron despot were near at hand. Poisoning was talked about, the more so as the Tsar's body decomposed very rapidly, but the true reason only gradually leaked out. A too strong dose of an invigorating medicine that Nicholas had taken. In the country, during the summer of 1855, the heroic struggle which was going on in Sebastopol for every yard of ground and every bit of its dismantled bastions was followed with a solemn interest. A messenger was sent regularly twice a week from our house to the district town to get the papers, and on his return, even before he had dismounted, the papers were taken from his hands and opened. Helene or I read them aloud to the family, and the news was at once transmitted to the servants' room, and thence to the kitchen, the office, the priest's house, and the houses of the peasants. The reports which came of the last days of Sebastopol, of the awful bombardment, and finally of the evacuation of the town by our troops, were received with tears. In every country house round about, the loss of Sebastopol was mourned over with as much grief as the loss of a near relative would have been, although everyone understood that now the terrible war would soon come to an end. Chapter 10. It was in August 1857, when I was nearly 15, that my turn came to enter the Corps of Pages, and I was taken to St. Petersburg. When I left home I was still a child, but human character is usually settled in a definite way at an earlier age than is generally supposed, and it is evident to me that under my childish appearance I was then very much what I was to be later on. My tastes, my inclinations, were already determined. The first impulse to my intellectual development was given, as I have said, by my Russian teacher. It is an excellent habit in Russian families, a habit now unhappily on the decline, to have in the house a student who aids the boys and the girls with their lessons, even when they are at a gymnasium, for a better assimilation of what they learn at school, and for a widening of their conceptions about what they learn. His aid is invaluable. Moreover, he introduces an intellectual element into the family, and becomes an elder brother to the young people, often something better than an elder brother, because the student has a certain responsibility for the progress of his pupils, and as the methods of teaching change rapidly, from one generation to another, he can assist his pupils much better than the best educated parents could. Nikolai Pavlovich Smirnov had literary tastes. At that time, under the wild censorship of Nicholas I, many quite inoffensive works by our best writers could not be published. Others were so mutilated as to deprive many passages in them of any meaning. In the genial comedy by Griboyedov, Misfortune from Intelligence, which ranks with the best comedies of Molière, Colonel Skalozub had to be named Mr. Skalozub, to the detriment of the sense and even of the verses, for the representation of a colonel in a comical light would have been considered an insult to the army. Of so innocent a book as Gogol's Dead Souls, the second part was not allowed to appear, nor the first part to be reprinted, although it had long been out of print. Numerous verses of Pushkin, Lermontov, A.K. Tolstoy, Ryleyev, and other poets were not permitted to see the light, to say nothing of such verses as had any political meaning, or contained a criticism of the prevailing conditions. All these circulated in manuscript, and my teacher used to copy whole books of Gogol and Pushkin for himself and his friends, a task in which I occasionally helped him. As a true child of Moscow, he was also imbued with the deepest veneration for those of our writers who lived in Moscow, some of them in the old equerries' quarter. He pointed out to me with respect the house of the Countess Salias, Eugenie Tour, who was our near neighbour, while the house of the noted exile, Alexander Herzen, always was associated with a certain mysterious feeling of respect and awe. The house where Gogol lived was for us an object of deep interest, and though I was not 9 when he died, in 1851, and had read none of his works, I remember well the sadness his death produced at Moscow. Turgenev well expressed that feeling in a note, for which Nicholas I ordered him to be put under arrest and sent into exile to his estate. Pushkin's great poem, Evgeny Onyegin, made but little impression upon me, and I still admire the marvellous simplicity and beauty of his style in that poem more than its content. But Gogol's works, which I read when I was 11 or 12, had a powerful effect on my mind, and my first literary essays were an imitation of his humorous manner. A historical novel by Zagoskin, Yuri Miroslavsky, about the times of the great uprising of 1612, Pushkin's The Captain's Daughter, dealing with the Pugachev uprising, and Dumas' Queen Marguerite awakened in me a lasting interest in history. As to other French novels, I have only begun to read them since Daudet and Zola came to the front. Nekrasov's poetry was my favourite from early years. I knew many of his verses by heart. Nikolai Pavlovich Smirnov early began to make me write, and with his aid I wrote a long history of a sixpence, for which we invented all sorts of characters, into whose possession the sixpence fell. My brother Alexander had at that time a much more poetical turn of mind. He wrote most romantic stories, and began early to make verses, which he did with wonderful facility and in a most musical and easy style. If his mind had not subsequently been taken up by natural history and philosophical studies, he undoubtedly would have become a poet of mark. In those years his favourite resort for finding poetical inspiration was the gently sloping roof underneath our window. This aroused in me a constant desire to tease him. "There is the poet sitting under the chimney-pot, trying to write his verses," I used to say, and the teasing ended in a fierce scrimmage, which brought our sister Helene to a state of despair. But Alexander was so devoid of revengefulness that peace was soon concluded, and we loved each other immensely. Among boys, scrimmage and love seem to go hand in hand. I had even then taken to journalism. In my 12th year I began to edit a daily journal. Paper was not to be had at will in our house, and my journal was of a Lilliputian size. As the Crimean War had not yet broken out, and the only newspaper which my father used to receive was the Gazette of the Moscow police, I had not a great choice of models. As a result, my own Gazette consisted merely of short paragraphs announcing the news of the day as "Went out to the woods," "N.P. Smirnov shot 2 thrushes," and the like. This soon ceased to satisfy me, and in 1855 I started a monthly review which contained Alexander's verses, my novelettes, and some sort of varieties. The material existence of this review was fully guaranteed, for it had plenty of subscribers, that is, the editor himself and Smirnov, who regularly paid his subscription of so many sheets of paper, even after he had left our house. In return, I accurately wrote out for my faithful subscriber a second copy. When Smirnov left us, and a student of medicine, N.M. Pavlov, took his place, the latter helped me in my editorial duties. He obtained for the review a poem by one of his friends, and, still more important, the introductory lecture on physical geography by one of the Moscow professors. Of course this had not been printed before. A reproduction would never have found its way into so serious a publication. Alexander, I need not say, took a lively interest in the review, and its renown soon reached the corps of cadets. Some young writers on the way to fame undertook the publication of a rival. The matter was serious. In poems and novels we could hold our own, but they had a critic, and a critic who writes in connection with the characters of some new novel all sorts of things about the conditions of life, and touches upon 1,000 questions which could not be touched upon anywhere else, makes the soul of a Russian review. They had a critic, and we had none. Happily enough, the article he wrote for the first number was shown to my brother. It was rather pretentious and weak, and Alexander at once wrote an anti-criticism, ridiculing and demolishing the critic in a violent manner. There was great consternation in the rival camp when they learned that this anti-criticism would appear in our next issue. They gave up publishing their review, and their best writers joined our staff. We triumphantly announced the future exclusive collaboration of so many distinguished writers. In August 1857, the review had to be suspended after nearly 2 years' existence. New surroundings and a quite new life were before me. I went away from home with regret, the more so because the whole distance between Moscow and St. Petersburg would be between me and Alexander, and I already considered it a misfortune that I had to enter a military school. End of Childhood, Chapter 10. Part 2. The Core of Pages, Chapter 1. Of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. The Core of Pages, Chapter 1. The long-cherished ambition of my father was thus realized. There was a vacancy in the Core of Pages which I could fill before I had got beyond the age to which admission was limited, and I was taken to St. Petersburg and entered the school. Only 150 boys, mostly children of the nobility belonging to the court, received education in this privileged corps, which combined the character of a military school endowed with special rights, and of a court institution attached to the imperial household. After a stay of 4 or 5 years in the Corps of Pages, those who had passed the final examinations were received as officers in any regiment of the Guard or of the army they chose, irrespective of the number of vacancies in that regiment, and each year the first 16 pupils of the highest form were nominated pages de chambre, that is, they were personally attached to the several members of the imperial family, the emperor, the empress, the grand duchesses, and the grand dukes. That was considered, of course, a great honour, and moreover, the young men upon whom this honour was bestowed became known at the court, and had afterward every chance of being nominated aide-de-camp of the emperor or of one of the grand dukes, and consequently had every facility for making a brilliant career in the service of the state. Fathers and mothers took due care, therefore, that their boys should not miss entering the Corps of Pages, even though entrance had to be secured at the expense of other candidates who never saw a vacancy opening for them. Now that I was in the select corps, my father could give free play to his ambitious dreams. The corps was divided into 5 forms, of which the highest was the first, and the lowest the 5th, and the intention was that I should enter the 4th form. However, as it appeared at the examinations that I was not sufficiently familiar with decimal fractions, and as the 4th form contained that year over 40 pupils, while only 20 had been mustered for the 5th form, I was enrolled in the latter. I felt extremely vexed at this decision. It was with reluctance that I entered a military school, and now I should have to stay in it 5 years instead of 4. What should I do in the 5th form, when I knew already all that would be taught in it? With tears in my eyes I spoke of it to the inspector, the head of the educational department, but he answered me with a joke. You know, he told me, what Caesar said, better to be the first in a village than the second in Rome. To which I warmly replied that I should prefer to be the very last if only I could leave the military school as soon as possible. Perhaps after some time you will like the school, he remarked, and from that day he became friendly to me. To the teacher of arithmetic, who also tried to console me, I gave my word of honour that I would never cast a glance into his textbook, and nevertheless you will have to give me the highest marks. I kept my word, but thinking now of this scene, I fancy that the pupil was not of a very docile disposition. And yet, as I look back upon that remote past, I cannot but feel grateful for having been put in the lower form. Having only to repeat during the first year what I already knew, I got into the habit of learning my lessons by merely listening to what the teachers said in the classroom, and, the lessons over, I had plenty of time to read and to write to my heart's content. I never prepared for the examinations, and used to spend the time which was allowed for that in reading aloud to a few friends the dramas of Shakespeare or of Ostrovsky. When I reached the higher special forms, I was also better prepared to master the variety of subjects we had to study. Besides, I spent more than half of the first winter in the hospital. Like all children who are not born at St. Petersburg, I had to pay a heavy tribute to the capital on the swamps of Finland, in the shape of several attacks of local cholera, and finally one of typhoid fever. When I entered the Corps of Pages, its inner life was undergoing a profound change. All Russia awakened at that time from the heavy slumber and the terrible nightmare of Nicholas I's reign. Our school also felt the effects of that revival. I do not know, in fact, what would have become of me had I entered the Corps of Pages 1 or 2 years sooner. Either my will would have been totally broken, or I should have been excluded from the school, with no one knows what consequences. Happily, the transition period was already in full sway in the year 1857. The director of the corps was an excellent old man, General Zheltukin, but he was the nominal head only. The real master of the school was the colonel, Colonel Girardot, a Frenchman in the Russian service. People said he was a Jesuit, and so he was, I believe. His ways, at any rate, were thoroughly imbued with the teachings of Loyola, and his educational methods were those of the French Jesuit colleges. Imagine a short, extremely thin man, with dark, piercing, and furtive eyes, wearing short, clipped moustaches, which gave him the expression of a cat. Very quiet and firm, not remarkably intelligent, but exceedingly cunning. A despot at the bottom of his heart, who was capable of hating, intensely hating, the boy who would not fall under his fascination, and of expressing that hatred, not by silly persecutions, but unceasingly by his general behaviour, by an occasionally dropped word, a gesture, a smile, an interjection. His walk was more like gliding along, and the exploring glances he used to cast round without turning his head completed the illusion. A stamp of cold dryness was impressed on his lips, even when he tried to look well disposed, and that expression became still more harsh when his mouth was contorted by a smile of discontent or of contempt. With all this, there was nothing of a commander in him. You would rather think, at first sight, of a benevolent father who talks to his children as if they were full-grown people. And yet, you soon felt that everyone and everything had to bend before his will. Woe to the boy who would not feel happy or unhappy according to the degree of good disposition shown towards him by the colonel. The words "the colonel" were continually on all lips. Other officers went by their nicknames, but no one dared to give a nickname to Girardot. A sort of mystery hung about him, as if he were omniscient and everywhere present. True, he spent all the day and part of the night in the school. Even when we were in the classes he prowled about, visiting our drawers, which he opened with his own keys. As to the night, he gave a good portion of it to the task of inscribing in small books, of which he had quite a library, in separate columns, by special signs and in inks of different colours, all the faults and virtues of each boy. Play, jokes, and conversation stopped, when we saw him slowly moving along through our spacious rooms, hand in hand with one of his favourites, balancing his body forward and backward, smiling at one boy, keenly looking into the eyes of another, casting an indifferent glance upon a third, and giving a slight contortion of his lip as he passed a fourth. And from these looks everyone knew that he liked the first boy, that to the second he was indifferent, that he intentionally did not notice the third, and that he disliked the fourth. This dislike was enough to terrify most of his victims, the more so as no reason could be given for it. Impressionable boys had been brought to despair by that mute, unceasingly displayed aversion and those suspicious looks. In others, the result had been a total annihilation of will, as one of the Tolstoys, Theodore, also a pupil of Girardot, has shown in an autobiographic novel, The Diseases of the Will. The inner life of the corps was miserable under the rule of the colonel. In all boarding schools, the newly entered boys are subjected to petty persecutions. The greenhorns are put in this way to a test. What are they worth? Are they not going to turn sneaks? And then the old hands like to show to newcomers the superiority of an established brotherhood. So it is in all schools and in prisons. But under Girardot's rule these persecutions took on a harsher aspect, and they came, not from the comrades of the same form, but from the first form, the pages de chambre, who were non-commissioned officers, and whom Girardot had placed in a quite exceptional, superior position. His system was to give them carte blanche, to pretend that he did not know even the horrors they were enacting, and to maintain through them a severe discipline. To answer a blow received from a page de chambre would have meant, in the times of Nicholas I, to be sent to a battalion of soldiers' sons, if the fact became public, and to revolt in any way against the mere caprice of a page de chambre meant that the 20 youths of the first form, armed with their heavy oak rulers, would assemble in a room, and, with Girardot's tacit approval, administer a severe beating to the boy who had shown such a spirit of insubordination. Accordingly, the first form did what they liked, and not farther back than the preceding winter one of their favourite games had been to assemble the greenhorns at night in a room, in their nightshirts, and to make them run round, like horses in a circus, while the pages de chambre, armed with thick india-rubber whips, standing some in the centre and the others on the outside, pitilessly whipped the boys. As a rule, the circus ended in an oriental fashion, in an abominable way. The moral conceptions which prevailed at that time, and the foul talk which went on in the school concerning what occurred at night after a circus, were such that the least said about them, the better. The colonel knew all this. He had a perfectly organized system of espionage, and nothing escaped his knowledge. But so long as he was not known to know it, all was right. To shut his eyes to what was done by the first form was the foundation of his system of maintaining discipline. However, a new spirit was awakened in the school, and only a few months before I entered it, a revolution had taken place. That year the third form was different from what it had hitherto been. It contained a number of young men who really studied, and read a good deal, and some of them became later men of mark. My first acquaintance with one of them, let me call him von Schauff, was when he was reading Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Besides, they had amongst them some of the strongest youths in the school. The tallest member of the corps was in that form, as also a very strong young man, Kostov, a great friend of von Schauff. This third form did not bear the yoke of the pages de chambre with the same docility as their predecessors. They were disgusted with what was going on, and in consequence of an incident which I prefer not to describe, a fight took place between the third and the first form, with the result that the pages de chambre got a severe thrashing from their subordinates. Girardot hushed up the affair, but the authority of the first form was broken down. The india-rubber whips remained, but were never again brought into use. The circuses and the like became things of the past. That much was won, but the lowest form, the fifth, composed almost entirely of very young boys who had just entered the school, had still to obey the petty caprices of the pages de chambre. We had a beautiful garden, filled with old trees, but the boys of the fifth form could enjoy it little. They were forced to run around about, while the first form boys sat in it and chattered, or to send back the balls when these gentlemen played ninepins. A couple of days after I had entered the school, seeing how things stood in the garden, I did not go there, but remained upstairs. I was reading, when a page de chambre, with carroty hair and a face covered with freckles, came upon me, and ordered me to go at once to the garden to run the roundabout. "I shan't, don't you see I'm reading," was my reply. Anger disfigured his never too pleasant face. He was ready to jump upon me. I took the defensive. He tried to give me blows on the face with his cap. I fenced as best I could. Then he flung his cap on the floor. "Pick it up." "Pick it up yourself." Such an act of disobedience was unheard of in the school. Why he did not beat me unmercifully on the spot, I do not know. He was much older and stronger than I was. Next day and the following days I received similar commands, but obstinately remained upstairs. Then began the most exasperating petty persecutions at every step, enough to drive a boy to desperation. Happily, I was always of a jovial disposition, and answered them with jokes, or took little heed of them. Moreover, it all soon came to an end. The weather turned rainy, and we spent most of our time indoors. In the garden, the first form smoked freely enough, but when we were indoors the smoking club was the tower. It was kept beautifully clean, and a fire was always burning there. The pages de chambre severely punished any of the other boys whom they caught smoking, but they themselves sat continually at the fireside chattering and enjoying cigarettes. Their favourite smoking time was after 10 o'clock at night, when all were supposed to have gone to bed. They kept up their club till 11:30, and, to protect themselves from an unexpected interruption by Girardot, they ordered us to be on the watch. The small boys of the fifth form were taken out of their beds in turn, 2 at a time, and they had to loiter about the staircase till 11:30, to give notice of the approach of the colonel. We decided to put an end to these night watches. Long were the discussions, and the higher forms were consulted as to what was to be done. At last the decision came. Refuse, all of you, to keep the watch, and when they begin to beat you, which they are sure to do, go, as many of you as you can, in a block, and call in Girardot. He knows it all, but then he will be bound to stop it. The question whether that would not be reporting was settled in the negative by experts in the matters of honour. The pages de chambre did not behave towards the others like comrades. The turn to watch fell that night to a Prince Shahovskoy, an old hand, and to Solanov, a newcomer, an extremely timid boy, who even spoke in a girlish voice. The old hand was called upon first, but refused to go, and was left alone. Then 2 pages de chambre went to the timid newcomer, who was in bed, and as he refused to obey, they began to flog him brutally with heavy leather braces. Shahovskoy woke up several comrades who were near at hand, and they all ran to find Girardot. I was also in bed when the 2 came upon me, ordering me to take the watch. I refused. Thereupon, seizing 2 pairs of braces, we always used to put our clothes in perfect order on a bench by the bedside, braces uppermost, and the necktie across them. They began to flog me. Sitting up in bed, I fenced with my hands, and had already received several heavy blows, when a command resounded: "The first form to the colonel." The fierce fighters became tame at once, and hurriedly put my things in order. "Don't say a word," they whispered. "The necktie across, in good order," I said to them, while my shoulders and arms burned from the blows. What Girardot's talk with the first form was we did not know, but next day as we stood in the ranks before marching downstairs to the dining room, he addressed us in a minor key, saying how sad it was that pages de chambre should have fallen upon a boy who was right in his refusal, and upon whom, a newcomer and so timid a boy as Solanov was. The whole school was disgusted at this Jesuitic speech. It surely was also a blow to Girardot's authority, and he resented it very much. He regarded our form, and me especially, with a great dislike. The roundabout affair had been reported to him, and he manifested it at every opportunity. During the first winter I was a frequent inmate of the hospital. After suffering from typhoid fever, during which the director and the doctor bestowed on me a really parental care, I had very bad and persistently recurring gastric attacks. Girardot, as he made his daily rounds of the hospital, seeing me so often there, began to say to me every morning, half jokingly, in French, "Here is a young man who is as healthy as the new bridge, and loiters in the hospital." Once or twice I replied jestingly, but at last, seeing malice in this constant repetition, I lost patience and grew very angry. "How dare you say that?" I exclaimed. "I shall ask the doctor to forbid your entering this room," and so on. Girardot recoiled 2 steps. His dark eyes glittered, his thin lip became still thinner. At last he said, "I have offended you, have I? Well, we have in the hall 2 artillery guns. Shall we have a duel?" "I don't make jokes, and I tell you that I shall bear no more of your insinuations," I continued. He did not repeat his joke, but regarded me with even more dislike than before. Happily enough, there was little opportunity for punishing me. I did not smoke. My clothes were always hooked and buttoned, and properly folded at night. I liked all sorts of games, but, plunged as I was in reading, and in a correspondence with my brother, I could hardly find time to play a lapta match, a sort of cricket, in the garden, and always hurried back to my books. But when I was caught in fault, it was not I that Girardot punished, but the page de chambre who was my superior. Once, for instance, at dinner, I made a physical discovery. I noticed that the sound given out by a tumbler depends on the amount of water it contains, and at once tried to obtain a chord with 4 glasses. But there stood Girardot behind me, and without saying a word to me, he ordered my page de chambre under arrest. It so happened that this young man was an excellent fellow, a third cousin of mine, who refused even to listen to my excuses, saying, "All right, I know he dislikes you." His comrades, though, gave me a warning. "Take care, naughty boy. We are not going to be punished for you," they said, and if reading had not been my all-absorbing occupation, they probably would have made me pay dearly for my physical experiment. Everyone spoke of Girardot's dislike for me, but I paid no attention to it, and probably increased it by my indifference. For full 18 months he refused to give me the epaulettes, which were usually given to newly entered boys after 1 or 2 months' stay at the school, when they had learned some of the rudiments of military drill. But I felt quite happy without that military decoration. At last, an officer, the best teacher of drill in the school, a man simply enamoured of drill, volunteered to teach me, and when he saw me performing all the tricks to his entire satisfaction, he undertook to introduce me to Girardot. The colonel refused again, twice in succession, so that the officer took it as a personal offence, and when the director of the corps once asked him why I had no epaulettes yet, he bluntly answered, "The boy is all right. It is the colonel who does not want him." Whereupon, probably after the remark of the director, Girardot himself asked to examine me again, and gave me the epaulettes that very day. But the colonel's influence was rapidly vanishing. The whole character of the school was changing. For 20 years Girardot had realized his ideal, which was to have the boys nicely combed, curled, and girlish-looking, and to send to the court pages as refined as courtiers of Louis XIV. Whether they learned or not, he cared little. His favourites were those whose clothes-basket was best filled with all sorts of nail-brushes and scent bottles, whose private uniform, which could be put on when we went home on Sundays, was of the best make, and who knew how to make the most elegant salut oblique. Formerly, when Girardot had held rehearsals of court ceremonies, wrapping up a page in a striped red cotton cover taken from one of our beds, in order that he might represent the empress at a baise-main, the boys almost religiously approached the imaginary empress, seriously performed the ceremony of kissing the hand, and retired with a most elegant oblique bow. But now, though they were very elegant at court, they would perform at the rehearsal such bear-like bows that all roared with laughter, while Girardot was simply raging. Formerly, the younger boys who had been taken to a court levee, and had been curled for that purpose, used to keep their curls as long as they would last. Now, on returning from the palace, they hurried to put their heads under the cold water tap, to get rid of the curls. An effeminate appearance was laughed at. To be sent to a levee, to stand there as a decoration, was now considered a drudgery rather than a favour. And when the small boys who were occasionally taken to the palace to play with the little grand dukes remarked that one of the latter used, in some game, to make a hard whip out of his handkerchief and use it freely, one of our boys did the same, and so whipped the grand duke that he cried. Girardot was terrified, while the old Sebastopol admiral, who was tutor of the grand duke, only praised our boy. A new spirit, studious and serious, developed in the corps, as in all other schools. In former years, the pages, being sure in one way or another that they would get the necessary marks for being promoted officers of the guard, spent the first years in the school hardly learning at all, and only began to study more or less in the last 2 forms. Now the lower forms learned very well. The moral tone also became quite different from what it was a few years before. Oriental amusements were looked upon with disgust, and an attempt or two to revert to old manners resulted in scandals which reached the St. Petersburg drawing-rooms. Girardot was dismissed. He was only allowed to retain his bachelor apartment in the building of the corps, and we often saw him afterward, wrapped in his long military cloak, pacing along, plunged in reflections. Sad, I suppose, because he could not but condemn the new spirit which developed rapidly in the corps of pages. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 1. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 2, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. All over Russia, people were talking of education. As soon as peace had been concluded at Paris, and the severity of censorship had been slightly relaxed, educational matters began to be eagerly discussed. The ignorance of the masses of the people, the obstacles that had hitherto been put in the way of those who wanted to learn, the absence of schools in the country, the obsolete methods of teaching, and the remedies for those evils became favourite themes of discussion in educated circles, in the press, and even in the drawing-rooms of the aristocracy. The first high schools for girls had been opened in 1857, on an excellent plan and with a splendid teaching staff. As by magic, a number of men and women came to the front, who have not only devoted their lives to education, but have proved to be remarkable practical pedagogists. Their writings would occupy a place of honour in every civilized literature, if they were known abroad. The Corps of Pages also felt the effect of that revival. Apart from a few exceptions, the general tendency of the three younger forms was to study. The head of the educational department, the inspector Winkler, who was a well-educated colonel of artillery, a good mathematician, and a man of progressive opinions, hit upon an excellent plan for stimulating that spirit. Instead of the indifferent teachers who formerly used to teach in the lower forms, he endeavoured to secure the best ones. In his opinion, no professor was too good to teach the very beginnings of a subject to the youngest boys. Thus, to teach the elements of algebra in the fourth form, he invited a first-rate mathematician and a born teacher, Captain Sukhonin, and the form took at once to mathematics. By the way, it so happened that this captain was a tutor of the heir of the throne, Nikolai Alexandrovich, who died at the age of 22, and the heir apparent was brought once a week to the Corps of Pages to be present at the algebra lessons of Captain Sukhonin. The Empress Marie Alexandrovna, who was an educated woman, thought that perhaps the contact with studious boys would stimulate her son to learning. He sat among us, and had to answer questions like all the others. But he managed mostly, while the teacher spoke, to make drawings, very nicely, or to whisper all sorts of droll things to his neighbours. He was good-natured and very gentle in his behaviour, but superficial in learning and still more so in his affections. For the fifth form, the inspector secured two remarkable men. He entered our classroom one day, quite radiant, and told us that we should have a rare chance. Professor Klasovsky, a great classical scholar and expert in Russian literature, had consented to teach us Russian grammar, and would take us through all the 5 forms in succession, shifting with us every year to the next form. Another university professor, Herr Becker, librarian of the Imperial National Library, would do the same in German. Professor Klasovsky, he added, was in weak health that winter, but the inspector was sure that we would be very quiet in his class. The chance of having such a teacher was too good to be lost. He had thought aright. We became very proud of having university professors for teachers, and although there came voices from the Kamchatka (in Russia the backbenches of each class bear the name of that remote and uncivilized peninsula) to the effect that the sausage-maker, that is, the German, must be kept by all means in obedience, public opinion in our form was decidedly in favour of the professors. The sausage-maker won our respect at once. A tall man, with an immense forehead and very kind, intelligent eyes, slightly veiled by his spectacles, came into our class, and told us in quite good Russian that he intended to divide our form into 3 sections. The first section would be composed of Germans, who already knew the language, and from whom he would require more serious work. To the second section he would teach grammar, and later on German literature, in accordance with the established programmes. And the third section, he concluded with a charming smile, would be the Kamchatka. From you, he said, I shall only require that at each lesson you copy 4 lines which I will choose for you from a book. The 4 lines copied, you can do what you like, only do not hinder the rest. and I promise you that in 5 years you will learn something of German and German literature. Now, who joins the Germans? You, Stackelberg. You, Lambsdorff? Perhaps someone of the Russians. And who joins the Kamchatka? 5 or 6 boys, who knew not a word of German, took residence in the peninsula. They most conscientiously copied their 4 lines, a dozen or a score of lines in the higher forms, and Becker chose the lines so well, and bestowed so much attention upon the boys that by the end of the 5 years they really knew something of the language and its literature. I joined the Germans. My brother Alexander insisted so much in his letters upon my acquiring German, which possesses so rich a literature and into which every book of value is translated, that I set myself assiduously to learn it. I translated and studied most thoroughly 1 page of a rather difficult poetical description of a thunderstorm. I learned by heart, as the professor had advised me, the conjugations, the adverbs, and the prepositions, and began to read. A splendid method it is for learning languages. Becker advised me, moreover, to subscribe to a cheap illustrated weekly, and its illustrations and short stories were a continual inducement to learn a few lines or a column. I soon mastered the language. Toward the end of the winter, I asked Herr Becker to lend me a copy of Goethe's Faust. I had read it in a Russian translation. I had also read Turgenev's beautiful novel, Faust, and I now longed to read the great work in the original. You will understand nothing in it, it is too philosophical, Becker said, with his gentle smile. But he brought me, nevertheless, a square little book, with the pages yellowed by age, containing the immortal drama. He little knew the unfathomable joy that square book gave me. I drank in the sense and the music of every line of it, beginning with the very first verses of the ideally beautiful dedication, and soon knew full pages by heart. Faust's monologue in the forest, and especially the lines in which he speaks of his understanding of nature. Thou not only cold amazed acquaintance yield'st, but grantest that in her profoundest breast I gaze as in the bosom of a friend, simply put me in ecstasy, until now it has retained its power over me. Every verse gradually became a dear friend. And then, is there a higher aesthetic delight than to read poetry in a language which one does not quite thoroughly understand? The whole is veiled with a sort of slight haze, which admirably suits poetry. Words, the trivial meanings of which, when one knows the language colloquially, sometimes interfere with the poetical image they are intended to convey, retain but their subtle, elevated sense, while the music of the poetry is only the more strongly impressed upon the ear. Professor Klasowski's first lesson was a revelation to us. He was a small man, about 50 years of age, very rapid in his movements, with bright, intelligent eyes, a slightly sarcastic expression, and the high forehead of a poet. When he came in for his first lesson, he said in a low voice that, suffering from a protracted illness, he could not speak loud enough, and asked us, therefore, to sit closer to him. He placed his chair near the first row of tables, and we clustered round him like a swarm of bees. He was to teach us Russian grammar, but instead of the dull grammar lesson, we heard something quite different from what we expected. It was grammar, but here came in a comparison of an old Russian folklore expression with a line from Homer, or from the Sanskrit Mahabharata, the beauty of which was rendered in Russian words. There, a verse from Schiller was introduced, and was followed by a sarcastic remark about some modern society prejudice, then by solid grammar again, and then some wide poetical or philosophical generalization. Of course, there was much in it that we did not understand, or of which we missed the deeper sense. But do not the bewitching powers of all studies lie in that they continually open up to us new and unsuspected horizons, not yet understood, which entice us to proceed farther and farther in the penetration of what appears at first sight only in vague outline? Some with their hands placed on one another's shoulders, some leaning across the tables of the first row, others standing close behind Klasowski, we all hung on his lips. As toward the end of the hour his voice fell, the more breathlessly we listened. The inspector opened the door of the classroom to see how we behaved with our new teacher, But on seeing that motionless swarm he retired on tiptoe. Even Daurov, a restless spirit, stared at Klasovsky as if to say, "That is the sort of man you are." Even von Klaunau, a hopelessly obtuse Circassian with a German name, sat motionless. In most of the others something good and elevated simmered at the bottom of their hearts, as if a vision of an unsuspected world was opening before them. Upon me Klasovsky had an immense influence, which only grew with years. Winkler's prophecy, that after all I might like the school, was fulfilled. In Western Europe, and probably in America, this type of teacher seems not to be widely spread. But in Russia there is not a man or woman of mark, in literature or in political life, who does not owe the first impulse toward a higher development to his or her teacher of literature. Every school in the world ought to have such a teacher. Each teacher in a school has his own subject, and there is no link between the different subjects. Only the teacher of literature, guided by the general outlines of the programme, but left free to treat it as he likes, can bind together the separate historical and humanitarian sciences, unify them by a broad philosophical and humane conception, and awaken higher ideas and inspirations in the brains and hearts of young people. In Russia, that necessary task falls quite naturally upon the teacher of Russian literature. As he speaks of the development of the language, of the contents of the early epic poetry, of popular songs and music, and, later on, of modern fiction, of the scientific, political, and philosophical literature of his own country, and the diverse aesthetical, political, and philosophical currents it has reflected, he is bound to introduce that generalized conception of the development of the human mind which lies beyond the scope of each of the subjects that are taught separately. The same thing ought to be done for the natural sciences as well. It is not enough to teach physics and chemistry, astronomy and meteorology, zoology and botany. The philosophy of all the natural sciences, a general view of nature as a whole, something on the lines of the first volume of Humboldt's Cosmos, must be conveyed to the pupils and the students, whatsoever may be the extension given to the study of the natural sciences in the school. The philosophy and the poetry of nature, the methods of all the exact sciences, and an inspired conception of the life of nature must make part of education. Perhaps the teacher of geography might provisionally assume this function, but then we should require quite a different set of teachers of this subject, and a different set of professors of geography in the universities would be needed. What is now taught under this name is anything you like, but it is not geography. Another teacher conquered our rather uproarious form in a quite different manner. It was the teacher of writing, the last one of the teaching staff. That is, the German and the French teachers were regarded with little respect. The teacher of writing, Ebert, who was a German Jew, was a real martyr. To be insolent with him was a sort of chic amongst the pages. His poverty alone must have been the reason why he kept to his lessons in our corps. The old hands, who had stayed for 2 or 3 years in the 5th form without moving higher up, treated him very badly. But by some means or other he had made an agreement with them. One frolic during each lesson, but no more. An agreement which, I am afraid, was not always honestly kept on our side. One day, one of the residents of the remote peninsula soaked the blackboard sponge with ink and chalk and flung it at the calligraphy martyr. "Get it, Ebert!" he shouted, with a stupid smile. The sponge touched Ebert's shoulder, the grimy ink spurted into his face and down onto his white shirt. We were sure that this time Ebert would leave the room and report the fact to the inspector. But he only exclaimed, as he took out his cotton handkerchief and wiped his face, "Gentlemen, one frolic, no more to-day. The shirt is spoiled," he added in a subdued voice, and continued to correct someone's book. We looked stupefied and ashamed. Why, instead of reporting, he had thought at once of the agreement. The feelings of the whole class turned in his favour. "What you have done is stupid," we reproached our comrade. "He is a poor man, and you have spoiled his shirt. Shame!" somebody cried. The culprit went at once to make excuses. "One must learn, sir," was all that Ebert said in reply, with sadness in his voice. All became silent after that, and at the next lesson, as if we had settled it beforehand, most of us wrote in our best possible handwriting, and took our books to Ebert, asking him to correct them. He was radiant, he felt happy that day. This fact deeply impressed me, and was never wiped out from my memory. To this day I feel grateful to that remarkable man for his lesson. With our teacher of drawing, who was named Ganz, we never arrived at living on good terms. He continually reported those who played in his class. This, in our opinion, he had no right to do, because he was only a teacher of drawing, but especially because he was not an honest man. In the class he paid little attention to most of us, and spent his time in improving the drawings of those who took private lessons from him, or paid him in order to show at the examinations a good drawing and to get a good mark for it. Against the comrades who did so we had no grudge. On the contrary, we thought it quite right that those who had no capacity for mathematics or no memory for geography should improve their total of marks by ordering from a draughtsman a drawing or a topographical map for which they would get a full 12. Only for the first 2 pupils of the form it would not have been fair to resort to such means, while the remainder could do it with untroubled consciences. But the teacher had no business to make drawings to order, and if he chose to act in this way, he ought to bear with resignation the noise and the tricks of his pupils. These were our ethics. Instead of this, no lesson passed without his lodging complaints, and each time he grew more arrogant. As soon as we were moved to the 4th form, and felt ourselves naturalized citizens of the corps, we decided to tighten the bridle upon him. It is your own fault, our elder comrades told us, that he takes such airs with you. We used to keep him in obedience. So we decided to bring him into subjection. One day, 2 excellent comrades of our form approached Ganz with cigarettes in their mouths, and asked him to oblige them with a light. Of course, that was only meant for a joke. No one ever thought of smoking in the classrooms, and according to our rules of propriety, Ganz had merely to send the 2 boys away, but he inscribed them in the journal, and they were severely punished. That was the last drop. We decided to give him a benefit night. That meant that one day all the form, provided with rulers borrowed from the upper forms, would start an outrageous noise by striking the rulers against the tables, and send the teacher out of the class. However, the plot offered many difficulties. We had in our form a lot of goody boys, who would promise to join in the demonstration, but at the last moment would grow nervous and draw back, and then the teacher would name the others. In such enterprises, unanimity is the first requisite, because the punishment, whatsoever it may be, is always lighter when it falls on the whole class instead of on a few. The difficulties were overcome with a truly Machiavellian craft. At a given signal, all were to turn their backs to Ganz, and then, with the rulers laid in readiness on the desks of the next row, they would produce the required noise. In this way, the goody boys would not feel terrified at Ganz staring at them. But the signal, whistling, as in robbers' tales, shouting, or even sneezing, would not do. Ganz would be capable of naming any one of us as having whistled or sneezed. The signal must be a silent one. One of us who drew nicely would take his drawing to show it to Ganz, and the moment he returned and took his seat, that was to be the time. All went on admirably. Niesadov took up his drawing, and Ganz corrected it in a few minutes, which seemed to us an eternity. He returned at last to his seat. He stopped for a moment, looking at us. He sat down. All the form turned suddenly on their seats, and the rulers rattled merrily within the desks, while some of us shouted amidst the noise, "Ganz out! Down with him!" The noise was deafening. All the forms knew that Ganz had got his benefit night. He stood there, murmuring something, and finally went out. An officer ran in. The noise continued. Then the sub-inspector dashed in, and after him the inspector. The noise stopped. Scolding began. "The elder under arrest, at once," the inspector commanded, and I, who was the first in the form, and consequently the elder, was marched to the black cell. That spared me seeing what happened. The director came. Ganz was asked to name the ringleaders, but he could name nobody. "They all turned their backs to me and began the noise," was his reply. Thereupon the form was taken downstairs, and although flogging had been completely abandoned in our school, this time the two who had been reported because they asked for a light were flogged with a birch rod, under the pretext that the benefit night was a revenge for their punishment. I learned this 10 days later, when I was allowed to return to the class. My name, which had been inscribed on the red board in the class, was wiped off. To this I was indifferent, but I must confess that the 10 days in the cell, without books, seemed to me rather long, so that I composed, in horrible verses, a poem, in which the deeds of the fourth form were duly glorified. Of course, our form became now the heroes of the school. For a month or so we had to tell and retell all about the affair to the other forms, and received congratulations for having managed it with such unanimity that nobody was caught separately. And then came the Sundays, all the Sundays down to Christmas, that the form had to remain at the school, not being allowed to go home. Being all kept together, we managed to make those Sundays very gay. The mammas of the goody boys brought them heaps of sweets. Those who had some money spent it in buying mountains of pastry, substantial before dinner and sweet after it, while in the evenings the friends from the other forms smuggled in quantities of fruit for the brave fourth form. Ganz gave up inscribing anyone, but drawing was totally lost for us. No one wanted to learn drawing from that mercenary man. End of The Corps of Pages, Chapter 2. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 3, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Irlin. My brother Alexander was at that time in Moscow, in a corps of cadets, and we maintained a lively correspondence. As long as I stayed at home, this was impossible, because our father considered it his prerogative to read all letters addressed to our house, and he would soon have put an end to any but a commonplace correspondence. Now we were free to discuss in our letters whatever we liked. The only difficulty was to get money for stamps, but we soon learned to write in so small a hand that we could convey an incredible amount of matter in each letter. Alexander, whose handwriting was beautiful, contrived to get 4 printed pages on one single page of notepaper, and his microscopic lines were as legible as the best small type print. It is a pity that these letters, which he kept as precious relics, have disappeared. The state police, during one of their raids, robbed him even of these treasures. Our first letters were mostly about the little details of my new surroundings, but our correspondence soon took a more serious character. My brother could not write about trifles. Even in society he became animated only when some serious discussion was engaged in, and complained of feeling a dull pain in the brain, a physical pain, as he used to say, when he was with people who cared only for small talk. He was very much in advance of me in his intellectual development, and he urged me forward, raising new scientific and philosophical questions one after another, and advising me what to read or to study. What a happiness it was for me to have such a brother who, moreover, loved me passionately. To him I owe the best part of my development. Sometimes he would advise me to read poetry, and would send me in his letters quantities of verses and whole poems, which he wrote from memory. "Read poetry," he wrote. "Poetry makes men better." How often, in my after life, I realized the truth of this remark of his. Read poetry, it makes men better. He himself was a poet, and had a wonderful facility for writing most musical verses. Indeed, I think it a great pity that he abandoned poetry. But the reaction against art, which arose among the Russian youth in the early 60s, and which Turgenev has depicted in Bazarov, Fathers and Sons, induced him to look upon his verses with contempt, and to plunge headlong into the natural sciences. I must say, however, that my favourite poet was none of those whom his poetical gift, his musical ear, and his philosophical turn of mind made him like best. His favourite Russian poet was Venyevitinov, while mine was Nekrasov, whose verses were very often unmusical, but appealed most to my heart by their sympathy for the downtrodden and ill-treated. One must have a set purpose in his life, he wrote me once. Without an aim, without a purpose, life is not life. And he advised me to get a purpose in my life worth living for. I was too young then to find one, but something undetermined, vague, good altogether, already rose under that appeal, even though I could not say what good that would be. Our father gave us very little spending money, and I never had any to buy a single book, but if Alexander got a few roubles from some aunt, he never spent a penny of it for pleasure, but bought a book and sent it to me. He objected, though, to indiscriminate reading. One must have some question, he wrote, addressed to the book one is going to read. However, I did not then appreciate this remark, and cannot think now without amazement of the number of books, often of a quite special character, which I read, in all branches, but particularly in the domain of history. I did not waste my time upon French novels, since Alexander, years before, had characterized them in one blunt sentence. They are stupid and full of bad language. The great questions concerning the conception we should form of the universe, our Weltanschauung, as the Germans say, were, of course, the dominant subjects in our correspondence. In our childhood we had never been religious. We were taken to church, but in a Russian church, in a small parish or in a village, the solemn attitude of the people is far more impressive than the Mass itself. Of all that I had ever heard in church, only two things had impressed me: the 12 passages from the Gospels relative to the sufferings of the Christ, which are read in Russia at the night service on the eve of Good Friday, and the short prayer condemning the spirit of domination, which is recited during the Great Lent, and is really beautiful by reason of its simple, unpretentious words and feeling. Pushkin has rendered it into Russian verse. Later on, at St. Petersburg, I went several times to a Roman Catholic church, but the theatrical character of the service and the absence of real feeling in it shocked me, the more so when I saw there with what simple faith some retired Polish soldier or a peasant woman would pray in a remote corner. I also went to a Protestant church, but coming out of it, I caught myself murmuring Goethe's words: "But you will never link hearts together, unless the linking springs from your own heart." Alexander, in the meantime, had embraced with his usual passion the Lutheran faith. He had read Michelet's book on Servetus, and had worked out for himself a religion on the lines of that great fighter. He studied with enthusiasm the Augsburg Declaration, which he copied out and sent me, and our letters now became full of discussions about grace, and of texts from the apostles Paul and James. I followed my brother, but theological discussions did not deeply interest me. Since I had discovered from the typhoid fever, I had taken to quite different reading. Our sister Helene, who was now married, was at St. Petersburg, and every Saturday night I went to visit her. Her husband had a good library, in which the French philosophers of the last century and the modern French historians were well represented, and I plunged into them. Such books were prohibited in Russia, and evidently could not be taken to school, so I spent most of the night, every Saturday, in reading the works of the encyclopedists, the philosophical dictionary of Voltaire, the writings of the Stoics, especially Marcus Aurelius, and so on. The infinite immensity of the universe, the greatness of nature, its poetry, its ever-throbbing life, impressed me more and more, and that never-ceasing life and its harmonies gave me the ecstasy of admiration which the young soul thirsts for, while my favourite poet supplied me with an expression in words of that awakening love of mankind and faith in its progress, which make the best part of youth and impress man for a life. Alexander, by this time, had gradually come to a Kantian agnosticism and the relativity of perceptions in time and space, and time only, and so on, filled pages and pages in our letters, the writing of which became more and more microscopical as the subjects under discussion grew in importance. But neither then nor later on, when we used to spend hours and hours in discussing Kant's philosophy, could my brother convert me to become a disciple of the Königsberg philosopher. Natural sciences, that is, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, were my chief studies. In the year 1858, before Darwin had brought out his immortal work, a professor of zoology at the Moscow University, Roulier, published 3 lectures on transformism, and my brother took up at once his ideas concerning the variability of species. He was not satisfied, however, with approximate proofs only, and began to study a number of special books on heredity and the like, communicating to me in his letters the main facts, as well as his ideas and his doubts. The appearance of The Origin of Species did not settle his doubts on several special points, but only raised new questions and gave him the impulse for further studies. We afterward discussed, and that discussion lasted for many years, various questions relative to the origin of variations, their chances of being transmitted and being accentuated. In short, those questions which have been raised quite lately in the Weismann-Spencer controversy, in Galton's researches, and in the works of the modern neo-Lamarckians. Owing to his philosophical and critical mind, Alexander had noticed at once the fundamental importance of these questions for the theory of variability of species, even though they were so often overlooked then by many naturalists. I must also mention a temporary excursion into the domain of political economy. In the years 1858 and 1859, everyone in Russia spoke of political economy. Lectures on free trade and protective duties attracted crowds of people, and my brother, who was not yet absorbed by the variability of species, took a lively though temporary interest in economical matters, sending me for reading The Political Economy of Jean-Baptiste Say. I read a few chapters only. Tariffs and banking operations did not interest me in the least, but Alexander took up these matters so passionately that he even wrote letters to our stepmother, trying to interest her in the intricacies of the customs duties. Later on, in Siberia, as we were rereading some of the letters of that period, we laughed like children when we fell upon one of his epistles in which he complained of our stepmother's incapacity to be moved even by such burning questions, and raged against the greengrocer whom he had caught in the street, and who, "would you believe it," he wrote, with signs of exclamation, "although he was a tradesman, affected a pig-headed indifference to tariff questions." Every summer about 1/2 of the pages were taken to a camp at Peterhof. The lower forms, however, were dispensed from joining the camp, and I spent the first 2 summers at Nikolskoye. To leave the school, to take the train to Moscow, and there to meet Alexander was such a happy prospect that I used to count the days that had to pass till that glorious one should come. But on one occasion a great disappointment awaited me at Moscow. Alexander had not passed his examinations, and was left for another year in the same form. He was, in fact, too young to enter the special classes, but our father was very angry with him, nevertheless, and would not permit us to see each other. I felt very sad. We were not children any more, and had so much to say to each other. I tried to obtain permission to go to our aunt Sulima, at whose house I might meet Alexander, but it was absolutely refused. After our father remarried, we were never allowed to see our mother's relations. That spring, our Moscow house was full of guests. Every night the reception rooms were flooded with lights, the band played, the confectioner was busy making ices and pastry, and card-playing went on in the great hall till a late hour. I strolled aimlessly about in the brilliantly illuminated rooms, and felt unhappy. One night, after 10, a servant beckoned me, telling me to come out to the entrance hall. I went. "Come to the coachman's house," the old major domo Frol whispered to me. "Alexander Alexeyevich is here." I dashed across the yard, up the flight of steps leading to the coachman's house, and into a wide, half-dark room, where, at the immense dining table of the servants, I saw Alexander. "Sasha, dear, how did you come?" And in a moment we rushed into each other's arms, hugging each other and unable to speak from emotion. "Hush, hush, they may overhear you," said the servant's cook, Praskovia, wiping away her tears with her apron. "Poor orphans! If your mother were only alive!" Old Frol stood, his head deeply bent, his eyes also twinkling. "Look here, Petya, not a word to anyone, to no one," he said, while Praskovia placed on the table an earthenware jar full of porridge for Alexander. He, glowing with health, in his cadet uniform, already had begun to talk about all sorts of matters, while he rapidly emptied the porridge pot. I could hardly make him tell me how he came there at such a late hour. We lived then near the Smolensky Boulevard, within a stone's throw of the house where our mother died, and the Corps of Cadets was at the opposite outskirts of Moscow, full 5 miles away. He had made a doll out of bedclothes, and had put it in his bed, under the blankets. Then he went out to the tower, descended from a window, came out unnoticed, and walked the whole distance. ' Were you not afraid at night in the deserted fields round your corps ?' I asked. ' What had I to fear ? Only lots of dogs were upon me. I had teased them myself. Tomorrow I shall take my sword with me.' The coachmen and other servants came in and out. They sighed as they looked at us, and took seats at a distance, along the walls, exchanging words in a subdued tone so as not to disturb us, while we two, in each other's arms, sat there till midnight, talking about nebulae and Laplace's hypothesis, the structure of matter, the struggles of the papacy under Boniface VIII with the imperial power, and so on. From time to time, one of the servants would hurriedly run in, saying, ' Petinka, go and show thyself in the hall. They may ask for thee.' I implored Sasha not to come next night, but he came, nevertheless, not without having had a scrimmage with the dogs, against whom he had taken his sword. I responded with feverish haste when, earlier than the day before, I was called once more to the coachman's house. Alexander had made part of the journey in a cab. The previous night, one of the servants had brought him what he had got from the card players and asked him to take it. He took some small coin to hire a cab, and so he came earlier than on his first visit. He intended to come next night too, but for some reason it would have been dangerous for the servants, and we decided to part till the autumn. A short official note made me understand next day that his nocturnal escapades had passed unnoticed. How terrible would have been the punishment if they had been discovered. It is awful to think of it. Flogging before the corps till he was dragged away unconscious on a sheet, and then degradation to a soldier's son's battalion. Anything was possible in those times. What our servants would have suffered for hiding us, if information of the affair had reached our father's ears, would have been equally terrible. But they knew how to keep secrets and not to betray one another. They all knew of the visits of Alexander, but none of them whispered a word to anyone of the family. They and I were the only ones in the house who ever knew anything about it. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 3. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 4. Of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. That same year I made my first start as an explorer of popular life, and this little work brought me one step nearer to our peasants, making me see them under a new light. It also helped me later on a great deal in Siberia. Every year, in July, on the day of the Holy Virgin of Kazan, which was the fete of our church, a pretty large fair was held in Nikolskoye. Tradesmen came from the neighbouring towns, and many thousands of peasants flocked from 30 miles round to our village, which for a couple of days had a most animated aspect. A remarkable description of the village fairs of South Russia had just been published that year by the Slavophil Aksakov, and my brother, who was then at the height of his politico-economical enthusiasm, advised me to make a statistical description of our fair, and to determine the return of goods brought in and sold. I followed his advice, and to my great amazement I really succeeded. My estimate of returns, so far as I can judge now, was not more unreliable than many similar estimates in books of statistics. Our fair lasted only a little more than 24 hours. On the eve of the fete, the great open space given to it was full of life and animation. Long rows of stalls, to be used for the sale of cottons, ribbons, and all sorts of peasant women's attire, were hurriedly built. The restaurant, a substantial stone building, was furnished with tables, chairs, and benches, and its floor was strewn over with bright yellow sand. 3 wine shops were erected in 3 different places, and freshly cut brooms, planted on high poles, rose high in the air to attract the peasants from a distance. Rows and rows of light shops for the sale of crockery, boots, stoneware, gingerbread, and all sorts of small things, rose as if by a magic wand, while in a special corner holes were dug in the ground to receive immense cauldrons in which bushels of millet and sarrasin and whole sheep were boiled, for supplying the thousands of visitors with hot schi and kasha, soup and porridge. In the afternoon, the 4 roads leading to the fair were blocked by hundreds of peasant carts, and cattle, corn, casks filled with tar, and heaps of pottery were exhibited along the roadsides. The night service on the eve of the fete was performed in our church with great solemnity. Half a dozen priests and deacons from the neighbouring villages took part in it, and their chanters, reinforced by young tradespeople, sang in the choir with such ritornellos as could only be heard at the bishop's in Kaluga. The church was crowded, all prayed fervently. The tradespeople vied with each other in the number and sizes of the wax candles which they lighted before the icons, as offerings to the local saints for the success of their trade, and the crowd being so thick as not to allow the last comers to reach the altars, candles of all sizes, thick and thin, white and yellow, according to the offerer's wealth, were transmitted from the back of the church through the crowd, with whispers, "To the Holy Virgin of Kazan, our protector," to Nicholas the Favourite, to Frol and Laur, the horse saints, that was from those who had horses to sell, or simply to the saints, without a further specification. Immediately after the night service was over, the fair began, and I had now to plunge headlong into my work of asking hundreds of people what was the value of the goods they had brought in. To my great astonishment, my task went on admirably. Of course, I was myself asked questions. Why do you do this? Is it not for the old prince, who intends increasing the market dues? But the assurance that the old prince knew and would know nothing of it, he would have found it a disgraceful occupation, settled all doubts at once. I soon caught the proper way of asking questions, and after I had taken half a dozen cups of tea in the restaurant with some tradespeople, oh horror, if my father had learned that, all went on very well. Vasily Ivanov, the elder of Nikolskoye, a beautiful young peasant with a fine, intelligent face and a fair silky beard, took an interest in my work. "Well, if thou wantst it for thy learning, get at it. Thou wilt tell us later what thou hast found out," was his conclusion, and he told some of the people that it was all right. Everyone knew him for miles around, and the word passed round the fair that no harm would ensue to the peasants by giving me the information. In short, the imports were determined very nicely. But the next day, the sales offered certain difficulties, chiefly with the dry goods merchants, who did not themselves yet know how much they had sold. On the day of the fete, the young peasant women simply stormed the shops, each of them having sold some linen of her own making, and now buying some cotton print for a dress and a bright kerchief for herself, a coloured handkerchief for her husband, perhaps some necklace, a ribbon or two, and a number of small gifts to grandmother, grandfather, and the children who had remained at home. As to the peasants who sold crockery, or ginger cakes, or cattle and hemp, they at once determined their sales, especially the old women. "Good sale, grandmother?" I would ask. "No need to complain, my son. Why should I anger God? Nearly all is sold." And out of their small items, the tens of thousand roubles grew in my notebook. One point only remained unsettled. A wide space was given up to many hundreds of peasant women who stood in the burning sun, each with her piece of hand-woven linen, sometimes exquisitely fine, which she had brought for sale. Scores of buyers, with gypsy faces and shark-like looks, moving about in the crowd and buying. Only rough estimates of these sales could evidently be made. I made no reflections at that time about this new experience of mine. I was simply happy to see that it was not a failure. But the serious good sense and sound judgment of the Russian peasants, which I witnessed during this couple of days, left upon me a lasting impression. Later on, when we were making socialist propaganda among the peasants, I could not but wonder why some of my friends, who had received a seemingly far more democratic education than myself, did not know how to talk to the peasants or to the factory workers from the country. They tried to imitate the peasants' talk by introducing into it lots of so-called popular phrases, and only rendered it the more incomprehensible. Nothing of the sort is needed, either in talking to peasants or in writing for them. The great Russian peasant perfectly well understands the educated man's talk, provided that it is not stuffed with words taken from foreign languages. What the peasant does not understand is abstract notions when they are not illustrated by concrete examples. But when you speak to the Russian peasant plainly, and start from concrete facts, and the same is true with regard to village folk of all nationalities, my experience is that there is no generalization from the whole world of science, social or natural, which could not be conveyed to the averagely intelligent man if you yourself understand it concretely. The chief difference between the educated and the uneducated man is, I should say, in the latter not being able to follow a chain of conclusions. He grasps the first of them, and maybe the second, but he gets tired at the third, if he does not see what you are driving at. But how often do we meet with the same difficulty in educated people? One more impression I gathered from that work of my boyhood, an impression which I formulated but later on, and which will probably astonish many a reader. It is the spirit of equality which is highly developed in the Russian peasant, and, in fact, in the rural population everywhere. The Russian peasant is capable of much servile obedience to the landlord or to the police officer. He will bend before their will in a servile manner, but he does not consider them superior men, and if the next moment that same landlord or officer talks to the same peasant about hay or ducks, the latter will converse with him as an equal to an equal. I never saw in a Russian peasant that servility, grown to be a second nature, with which a small functionary talks to a highly placed one, or a valet to his master. The peasant much too easily submits to force, but he does not worship it. I returned that summer from Nikolskoye to Moscow in a new fashion. There being then no railway between Kaluga and Moscow, a man, Buck by name, kept some sort of carriages running between the two towns. Our people never thought of travelling in such a way. They had their own horses and conveyances, but when my father, in order to save my stepmother a double journey, offered me, half in joke, to travel alone in that way, I accepted his offer with delight. An old and very stout tradesman's wife and myself on the back seats, and a small tradesman or artisan on the front seat, were the only occupants of the carriage. I found the journey very pleasant. First of all because I travelled by myself (I was not yet 16), and next because the old lady, who had brought with her for a 3 days' journey a colossal hamper full of provisions, treated me to all sorts of home-made delicacies. All the surroundings during that journey were delightful. One evening especially is still vivid in my memory. We came at night to one of the great villages and stopped at some inn. The old lady ordered a samovar for herself, while I went out in the street, walking about anywhere. A small white inn, at which only food is served, but no drinks, attracted my attention, and I went in. Numbers of peasants sat round the small table, covered with white napkins, and enjoyed their tea. I did the same. All was so new for me in these surroundings. It was a village of crown peasants, that is, peasants who had not been serfs and enjoyed a relative well-being, probably owing to the weaving of linen which they carried on as a home industry. Slow, serious conversations, with occasional laughter, were going on at those tables, and after the usual introductory questions, I soon found myself engaged in a conversation with a dozen peasants about the crops in our neighbourhood, and answering all sorts of questions. They wanted to know all about St. Petersburg, and most of all about the rumours concerning the coming abolition of serfdom. And a feeling of simplicity and of the natural relations of equality, as well as of hearty goodwill, which I always felt afterwards when among peasants or in their houses, took possession of me at that inn. Nothing extraordinary happened that night, so that I even ask myself if the incident is worth mentioning at all, and yet that warm, dark night in the village, that small inn, that talk with the peasants, and the keen interest they took in hundreds of things lying far beyond their habitual surroundings, have made ever since a poor white inn more attractive to me than the best restaurant in the world. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 4. The Corps of Pages, Chapters 5 and 6, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Stormy times came now in the life of our corps. When Girardot was dismissed, his place was taken by one of our officers, Captain B. He was rather good-natured than otherwise, but he had got into his head that he was not treated by us with due reverence, corresponding to the high position which he now occupied, and he tried to enforce upon us more respect and awe towards himself. He began by quarrelling about all sorts of petty things with the upper form, and, what was still worse, he attempted to destroy our liberties, the origin of which was lost in the darkness of time, and which, insignificant in themselves, were perhaps on that same account only the dearer to us. The result of it was that the school broke for several days into an open revolt, which ended in wholesale punishment, and the exclusion from the corps of two of our favourite pages de chambre. Then the same captain began to intrude in the classrooms, where we used to spend 1 hour in the morning in preparing our lessons before the classes began. We were considered to be there under our teaching staff, and were happy to have nothing to do with our military chiefs. We resented that intrusion very much, and one day I loudly expressed our discontent, saying to the captain that this was the place of the inspector of the classes, not his. I spent weeks under arrest for that frankness, and perhaps should have been excluded from the school, were it not that the inspector of the classes, his assistant, and even our old director, judged that after all I had only expressed aloud what they all used to say to themselves. No sooner all these troubles were over than the death of the Dowager Empress, the widow of Nicholas I, brought a new interruption in our work. The burial of crowned heads is always so arranged as to produce a deep impression on the crowds, and it must be owned that this object is attained. The body of the Empress was brought from Tsarskoye Selo, where she died, to St. Petersburg, and here, followed by the imperial family, all the high dignitaries of the state, and scores of thousands of functionaries and corporations, and preceded by hundreds of clergy and choirs, it was taken from the railway station through the main thoroughfares to the fortress, where it had to lie in state for several weeks. 100,000 men of the guard were placed along the street, and thousands of people, dressed in the most gorgeous uniforms, preceded, accompanied, and followed the hearse in a solemn procession. Litanies were sung at every important crossing of the streets, and here the ringing of the bells on the church towers, the voices of vast choirs, and the sounds of the military bands united in the most impressive way, so as to make people believe that the immense crowds really mourned the loss of the Empress. As long as the body lay in state in the cathedral of the fortress, the pages, among others, had to keep the watch round it day and night. 3 pages de chambre and 3 maids of honour always stood close by the coffin, placed on a high pedestal, while some 20 pages were stationed on the platform around which litanies were sung twice every day, in the presence of the emperor and all his family. Consequently, every week nearly 1/2 of the corps was taken in turns to the fortress to lodge there. We were relieved every 2 hours, and in the daytime our service was not difficult, but when we had to rise in the night, to dress in our court uniforms, and then to walk through the dark and gloomy inner courts of the fortress to the cathedral, to the sound of the gloomy chime of the fortress bells, a cold shiver seized me at the thought of the prisoners who were immured somewhere in this Russian Bastille. Who knows, thought I, whether in my turn I shall not also have to join them one day or another. The burial did not pass without an accident which might have had serious consequences. An immense canopy had been erected under the dome of the cathedral over the coffin. A huge gilded crown rose above it, and from this crown an immense purple mantle lined with ermine hung towards the 4 thick pilasters which support the dome of the cathedral. It was impressive, but we boys soon made out that the crown was made of gilded cardboard and wood. The mantle was of velvet only in its lower part, while higher up it was red cotton. and that the ermine lining was simply cotton flannelette or swan-down to which black tails of squirrels had been sewn, while the escutcheons which represented the arms of Russia, veiled with black crepe, were simple cardboard. But the crowds which were allowed at certain hours of the night to pass by the coffin, and to kiss in a hurry the gold brocade which covered it, surely had no time to closely examine the flannelette ermine or the cardboard escutcheons, and the desired theatrical effect was obtained even by such cheap means. When a litany is sung in Russia, all the people present hold lighted wax candles, which have to be put out after certain prayers have been read. The imperial family also held such candles, and one day, the young son of the Grand Duke Constantine, seeing that the others put out their candles by turning them upside down, did the same. The black gauze which hung behind him from an escutcheon took fire, and in a second the escutcheon and the cotton stuff were ablaze. An immense tongue of fire ran up the heavy folds of the supposed ermine mantle. The service was stopped. All looks were directed with terror towards the tongue of fire, which went higher and higher towards the cardboard crown and the woodwork which supported the whole structure. Bits of burning stuff began to fall down, threatening to set fire to the black gauze veils of the ladies present. Alexander II lost his presence of mind for a couple of seconds only, but he recovered immediately and said in a composed voice, "The coffin must be taken." The page de chambre at once covered it with a thick gold brocade, and we all advanced to lift the heavy coffin. But in the meantime the big tongue of flame had broken into a number of smaller ones, which now slowly devoured only the fluffy outside of the cotton stuff, and, meeting more and more dust and soot in the upper part of the structure, gradually died out in the folds. I cannot say what I looked most at, the creeping fire, or the stately slender figures of the three ladies who stood by the coffin, the long trains of their black dresses spreading over the steps which led to the upper platform, and their black lace veils hanging down their shoulders. None of them had made the slightest movement. They stood like three beautiful carved images. Only in the dark eyes of one of them, Mademoiselle Gamaleya, tears glittered like pearls. She was a daughter of South Russia, and was the only really handsome lady amongst the maids of honour at the court. At the corps, in the meantime, everything was upside down. The classes were interrupted. Those of us who returned from the fortress were lodged in temporary quarters, and, having nothing to do, spent the whole day in all sorts of frolics. In one of them, we managed to open a cupboard which stood in the room and contained a splendid collection of models of all kinds of animals for the teaching of natural history. That was its official purpose, but it was never even so much as shown to us, and now that we got hold of it, we utilized it in our own way. With a human skull which made part of the collection, we made a ghostly figure wherewith to frighten at night other comrades and the officers. As to the animals, we placed them in the most inappropriate positions and groups. Monkeys were seen riding on lions, sheep were playing with leopards, the giraffe danced with the elephant, and so on. The worst was that a few days later one of the Prussian princes who had come to assist at the burial ceremony — it was the one, I think, who became later on the Emperor Frederick — visited our school, and was shown all that concerned our education. Our director did not fail to boast of the excellent educational appliances which we had at the school, and brought him to that same unfortunate cupboard. When the German prince caught a glimpse of our zoological classification, he drew a long face and quickly turned away. Our old director looked horrified. He had lost the power of speech, and only pointed repeatedly with his hand at some starfishes which were placed in glass boxes on the walls by the side of the cupboard. The suite of the prince tried to look as if they had noticed nothing, and only threw rapid glances at the cause of so much disturbance, while we wicked boys made all sorts of faces in order not to burst with laughter. The Corps of Pages, Chapter 6. The school years of a Russian youth are so very different from what they are in West European schools that I must dwell upon my school life. Russian youths, as a rule, while they are yet at a lyceum or at a military school, already take an interest in a wide circle of social, political, and philosophical matters. It is true that the Corps of Pages was, of all schools, the least congenial medium for such a development, But in those years of general revival, broader ideas penetrated even into our midst and carried some of us away, without, however, preventing us from taking a very lively part in benefit nights and all sorts of frolics. While I was in the fourth form I took an interest in history, and with the aid of notes made during the lessons I knew that university students do it that way and helping myself with reading, I wrote quite a course of early medieval history for my own use. Next year, the struggle between Pope Boniface VIII and the imperial power attracted my special attention, and now it became my ambition to gain admission to the Imperial Library as a reader, in order thoroughly to study that great struggle. This was contrary to the rules of the library, pupils of secondary schools not being admitted. Our good Herr Becker, however, smoothed the way out of the difficulty, and I was allowed one day to enter the sanctuary and to take a seat at one of the readers' small tables, on one of the red velvet sofas with which the reading room was then furnished. From various textbooks and some books from our own library, I soon got to the sources. Knowing no Latin, I discovered nevertheless a rich supply of original sources in Old Teutonic and Old French, and found an immense aesthetic enjoyment in the quaint structure and expressiveness of the latter and the chronicles. Quite a new structure of society and quite a world of complicated relations opened before me, and from that time I learned to value far more the original sources of history than works in which it is generalized in accordance with modern views, the prejudices of modern politics, or even mere current formulae being substituted for the real life of the period. Nothing gives more impetus to one's intellectual development than some sort of independent research, and these studies of mine immensely helped me afterwards. Unhappily, I had to abandon them when we reached the second form, the last but one. The pages had to study during the last 2 years nearly all that was taught in other military schools in 3 special forms, and we had an immense amount of work to do for the school. Natural sciences, mathematics, and military sciences necessarily relegated history to the background. In the second form we began seriously to study physics. We had an excellent teacher, a very intelligent man with a sarcastic turn of mind, who hated learning from memory, and managed to make us think instead of merely learning facts. He was a good mathematician, and taught us physics on a mathematical basis, admirably explaining at the same time the leading ideas of physical research and physical apparatus. Some of his questions were so original, and his explanations so good, that they have engraved themselves forever on my memory. Our textbook of physics was pretty good. Most textbooks for the military schools had been written by the best men at the time, but it was rather old, and our teacher, who followed his own system in teaching, began to prepare a short summary of his lessons, a sort of aide-memoire for the use of our form. However, after a few weeks it so happened that the task of writing this summary fell upon me, and our teacher, acting as a true pedagogist, trusted it entirely to me, only reading the proofs. When we came to the chapters of heat, electricity, and magnetism, they had to be written entirely anew, and this I did, thus preparing a nearly complete textbook of physics, which was printed for the use of the school. In the second form we also began to study chemistry, and we also had a first-rate teacher, a passionate lover of the subject who had himself made valuable original researches. The years 1859 to 61 were years of a universal revival of taste in the exact sciences. Grove, Clausius, Joule, and Seguin showed that heat and all physical forces are but diverse modes of motion. Helmholtz began about that time his epoch-making researches in sound, and Tyndall, in his popular lectures, made one touch, so to say, the very atoms and molecules. Gerhardt and Avogadro introduced the theory of substitutions, and Mendeleev, Lothar Meyer, and Newlands discovered the periodical law of elements. Darwin, with his Origin of Species, revolutionized all biological sciences, while Carl Vogt and Moleschott, following Claude Bernard, laid the foundations of true psychology and physiology. It was a great time of scientific revival, and the current which directed men's minds towards natural science was irresistible. Numbers of excellent books were published at that time in Russian translations, and I soon understood that whatever one's subsequent studies might be, a thorough knowledge of the natural sciences and a familiarity with their methods must lie at the foundation. 5 or 6 of us joined together to get some sort of laboratory for ourselves. With the elementary apparatus recommended for beginners in Stockhardt's excellent textbook, we started our laboratory in a small bedroom of 2 of our comrades, the brothers Zazetsky. Their father, an old retired admiral, was delighted to see his sons engaged in so useful a pursuit, and did not object to our coming together on Sundays and during the holidays in that room by the side of his own study. With Stockhardt's book as a guide, we systematically made all experiments. I must say that once we nearly set the house on fire, and that more than once we poisoned all the rooms with chlorine and similar stuffs. But the old admiral, when we related the adventure at dinner time, took it very nicely, and told us how he and his comrades also nearly set the house on fire in the far less useful pursuit of punch making, while the mother only said, amidst her paroxysms of coughing, "Of course, if it is necessary for your learning to handle such nasty-smelling things, then there's nothing to be done." After dinner she usually took her seat at the piano, and till late at night we would go on singing duos, trios and choruses from the operas. Or else we would take the score of some Italian or Russian opera, and go through it from the beginning to the end, recitatives and all, the mother and her daughter taking the parts of the prima donna, while we managed more or less successfully to maintain all the other parts. Chemistry and music thus went hand in hand. Higher mathematics also absorbed a great deal of my time. 4 or 5 of us had already decided that we should not enter a regiment of the Guards, where all our time would be given to military drill and parades, and we intended to enter, after promotion, one of the military academies, artillery or engineering. In order to do so we had to prepare in higher geometry, the differential and the beginnings of the integral calculus, and we took private lessons for that purpose. At the same time, elementary astronomy being taught to us under the name of mathematical geography, I plunged into astronomical reading, especially during the last year of my stay at school. The never-ceasing life of the universe, which I conceived as life and evolution, became for me an inexhaustible source of higher poetical thought, and gradually the sense of man's oneness with nature, both animate and inanimate, the poetry of nature, became the philosophy of my life. If the teaching in our school were only limited to the subjects I have mentioned, our time would already be pretty well occupied. But we also had to study in the domain of humanitarian science, history, law, that is, the main outlines of the Russian code, and political economy in its essential leading principles, including a course of comparative statistics, and we had to master formidable courses of military sciences, tactics, military history, the campaigns of 1812 and 1815 in all their details, artillery and field fortification. Looking now back upon this education, I think that apart from the subjects relative to military warfare, which might have been advantageously substituted by more detailed studies in the exact sciences, the variety of subjects which we were taught was not beyond the capacities of the average youth. Owing to a pretty good knowledge of elementary mathematics and physics, which we gained in the lower forms, nearly all of us managed to master all these subjects. Some subjects were neglected by most of us, especially law, as also modern history, for which we had unfortunately an old wreck of a master who was only kept at his post in order to give him his full old age pension. Moreover, some latitude was given to us in the choice of the subjects we liked best, and, while we underwent severe examinations in these chosen subjects, we were treated rather leniently in the remainder. But the chief cause of the relative success which was obtained in the school was that the teaching was rendered as concrete as possible. As soon as we had learned elementary geometry on paper, we relearned it in the field with poles and the surveyor's chain, and next with the astrolabe, the compass, and the surveyor's table. After such a concrete training, elementary astronomy offered no difficulties, while the surveys themselves were an endless source of enjoyment. The same sort of concrete teaching was applied to fortification. In the winter we solved such problems as, for instance, the following. Having 1,000 men in a fortnight at your disposal, Build the strongest fortification you can build to protect that bridge for a retreating army. And we hotly discussed our schemes with the teacher when he criticized them. In the summer, we applied that knowledge in the field. To these practical and concrete exercises I entirely attribute the easiness with which most of us mastered such a variety of subjects at the age of 17 and 18. With all that, we had plenty of time for amusement. Our best time was when the examinations were over, and we had 3 or 4 weeks quite free before going to camp, or when we returned from the camp, and had another 3 weeks free before the beginning of the lessons. The few of us who remained then in the school were allowed, during the vacations, to go out just as we liked, always finding bed and food at the school. I worked then in the library, or visited the picture galleries of the Hermitage, studying one by one all the best pictures of each school separately, or I went to the different crown factories and works of playing cards, cottons, iron, china and glass, which are open to the public. Or we went out rowing on the Neva, spending the whole night on the river, sometimes in the Gulf of Finland with fishermen, a melancholy northern night, during which the morning dawn meets the afterglow of the setting sun, and a book can be read in the open air at midnight. For all this we found plenty of time. Since those visits to the factories, I took a liking to strong and perfect machinery. Seeing how a gigantic paw, coming out of a shanty, grasps a log floating in the Neva, pulls it inside, and puts it under the saws which cut it into boards, or how a huge red-hot iron bar is transformed into a rail after it has passed between 2 cylinders, I understood the poetry of machinery. In our present factories, machinery work is killing for the worker, because he becomes a lifelong servant to a given machine and never is anything else. But this is a matter of bad organization, and has nothing to do with the machine itself. Overwork and lifelong monotony are equally bad, whether the work is done with the hand, with plain tools, or with a machine. But apart from these, I fully understand the pleasure that man can derive from the consciousness of the might of his machine, the intelligent character of its work, the gracefulness of its movements, and the correctness of what it is doing, and I think that William Morris's hatred of machines only proved that the conception of the machine's power and gracefulness was missing in his great poetical genius. Music also played a very great part in my development. From it I borrowed even greater joys and enthusiasm than from poetry. The Russian opera hardly existed in those times, but the Italian opera, which had a number of first-rate stars in it, was the most popular institution at St. Petersburg. When the prima donna Bosio fell ill, thousands of people, chiefly of the youth, stood till late at night at the door of her hotel to get news of her. She was not beautiful, but was so much so when she sang that young men madly in love with her could be counted by the hundred, and when she died she had a burial which no one before had ever had at St. Petersburg. All Petersburg was then divided into 2 camps, the admirers of the Italian opera, and those of the French stage, which already then was showing in germ the putrid Offenbachian current which a few years later infected all Europe. Our form was also divided, half and half, between these 2 currents, and I belonged to the former. We were not permitted to go to the pit or to the balcony, while all the boxes in the Italian opera were always taken months in advance by subscription, and even transmitted in certain families as a hereditary possession. But we gained admission, on Saturday nights, to the passages in the uppermost gallery, and had to stand there on our legs in a Turkish bath atmosphere, while to conceal our showy uniforms we used to wear, in that Turkish bath, our black overcoats, lined with wadding and with a fur collar tightly buttoned. It is a wonder that none of us got pneumonia in this way, especially as we came out overheated with the ovations which we used to make to our favourite singers, and stood afterwards at the stage door to catch once more a glimpse of our favourites, and to cheer them. The Italian opera in those years was in some strange way intimately connected with the radical movement, and the revolutionary recitatives in Wilhelm Tell and the Puritans were always met with stormy applause and vociferations which went straight to the heart of Alexander II, while in the 6th-story galleries, in the smoking room of the opera, and at the stage door the best part of the St. Petersburg youth came together in a common idealist worship of a noble art. All this may seem childish, but many higher ideas and pure inspirations were kindled in us by this worship of our favourite artists. End of the Core of Pages, Chapter 6. The Core of Pages, Chapter 7, of Memoirs of a Revolutionist, Volume 1, by Peter Kropotkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Every summer we went out camping at Peterhof, with the other military schools of the St. Petersburg district. All things considered, our life there was very pleasant, and certainly was excellent for our health. We slept in spacious tents, we bathed in the sea, and spent all the 6 weeks in open-air exercise. In military schools, the main purpose of camp life was evidently military drill, which we all disliked very much, but the dullness of which was occasionally relieved by making us take part in manoeuvres. One night, as we were already going to bed, Alexander II aroused the camp by having the alert sounded. In a few minutes all the camp was alive, several thousand boys gathering round their colours, and the guns of the artillery school booming in the stillness of the night. All military Peterhof was galloping to our camp, but, owing to some misunderstanding, the emperor remained on foot. Orderlies were sent in all directions to get a horse for him, but there was none, and he, not being a good rider, would not ride any horse but one of his own. Alexander II was very angry, and freely ventilated his anger. "Imbecile, Durak, have I only one horse?" I heard him shout to an orderly who reported that his horse was in another camp. What with the increasing darkness, the booming of the guns, and the rattling of the cavalry, we boys grew very much excited, and when Alexander ordered charging, our column charged straight upon him. Tightly packed in the ranks, with lowered bayonets, we must have had a menacing aspect, for I saw Alexander II, who was still on foot, clearing the way for the column in 3 formidable jumps. I understood then the meaning of a column which is marching in serried ranks under the excitement of the music and the march itself. There stood before us the emperor, our commander, whom we all venerated very much, but I felt that in this moving mass not one page or cadet would have moved an inch aside, or stopped a while, to make room for him. We were the marching column, he was but an obstacle, and the column would have marched over him. Why should he be in our way? The pages said afterwards. Boys, rifle in hand, are even more terrible in such cases than old soldiers. Next year, when we took part in the great manoeuvres of the St. Petersburg garrison, I got an insight into the sidelights of warfare. For 2 days in succession we did nothing but march up and down on a space of some 20 miles, without having the slightest idea of what was going on round us or for what purpose we marched. Cannon boomed now in our neighbourhood and now far away. Sharp musketry fire was heard somewhere in the hills and the woods. Orderlies galloped up and down bringing the order to advance and next the order to retreat. And we marched, and marched, seeing no sense in all these movements and counter-movements. Masses of cavalry had passed along the same road, making out of it a deep mass of movable sand, and we had to advance and retreat several times along the same road, till at last our column broke all discipline and represented an incoherent mass of pilgrims rather than a military unit. The colours alone remained in the road, the remainder slowly paced along the sides of the road in the wood. The orders and the supplications of the officers were of no avail. Suddenly a shout came from behind. "The emperor is coming! The emperor!" The officers ran about supplicating us to gather in the ranks. No one listened to them. The emperor came and ordered us to retreat once more. "Turn round," the words of command resounded. "The emperor is behind us, please turn round," the officers whispered, but the battalion hardly took any notice of the command, and none whatever of the presence of the emperor. Happily, Alexander II was no fanatic of militarism, and, after having said a few words to cheer us with a promise of rest, he galloped off. I understood then how much depends in warfare upon the state of mind of the troops, and how little can be done by mere discipline when more than an average effort is required from the soldiers? What can discipline do when tired troops have to make a supreme effort to reach the field of battle at a given hour? It is absolutely powerless. Only enthusiasm and confidence can at such moment induce the soldiers to do the impossible. And it is the impossible that continually must be accomplished to secure success. How often, later on in Siberia, I recalled to memory that object lesson when we also had to do the impossible during our scientific expeditions. Comparatively little of our time was, however, given during our stay in the camp to military drill and manoeuvres. A good deal of it was given to practical exercises in surveys and fortification. After a few preliminary exercises we were given a reflecting compass and told, "Go and make a plan of, say, this lake or these roads, or that park, measuring the angles with the compass and the distances with your pace." And early in the morning, after a hurriedly swallowed breakfast, the boy would fill his spacious military pockets with slices of rye bread, and would go out for 4 or 5 hours every day in the parks, miles away, mapping with his compass and paces the beautiful shady roads, the rivulets and the lakes. His work was later on compared with accurate maps, and prizes in optical and drawing instruments at the boy's choice were awarded. For me, these surveys were a deep source of enjoyment. That independent work, that isolation under the centuries-old trees, that life of the forest which I could enjoy undisturbed, while there was at the same time the interest in the work. All these left deep traces in my mind, and if I later on became an explorer of Siberia, and several of my comrades became explorers in Central Asia, the ground for it was prepared in these surveys. And finally, in the last form, parties of 4 boys were taken every second day to some villages at a considerable distance from the camp, and there they had to make a detailed survey of several square miles with the aid of the surveyor's table and a telescopic ruler. Officers of the general staff came from time to verify their work and to advise them. This life amidst the peasants in the villages had the best effect upon the intellectual and moral development of many boys. At the same time, exercises were made in the construction of natural-sized cross-sections of fortifications. We were taken out by an officer in the open field, and there we had to make the cross-sections of a bastion, or of a bridgehead, nailing poles and battens together in exactly the same way as railway engineers do in tracing a railway. When it came to embrasures and barbettes, we had to calculate a great deal to obtain the inclinations of the different planes, and after that geometry in the space ceased to be difficult to understand. We delighted in such work, and once, in town, finding in our garden a heap of clay and gravel, we at once began to build a real fortification on a reduced scale, with well calculated straight and oblique embrasures and barbettes. All was done very neatly, and our ambition now was to obtain some planks for making the platforms for the guns, and to place upon them the model guns which we had in our classrooms. But, alas, our trousers wore an alarming aspect. "What are you doing here?" our captain exclaimed. "Look at yourselves, you look like navvies." That was exactly what we were proud of. What if the Grand Duke comes and finds you in such a state? "We will show him our fortifications and ask him to get us tools and boards for the platforms." All protests were vain. A dozen workers were sent next day to cart away our beautiful work, as if it were a mere heap of mud. I mention this to show how children and youths long for real applications of what they learn at school in abstract, and how stupid are the educators who are unable to see what a powerful aid they could find in concrete applications for helping their pupils to grasp the real sense of the things they learn. In our school, all was directed towards training us for warfare. But we should have worked with the same enthusiasm at tracing a railway, at building a log house, or at cultivating a garden or a field. But all this longing of the children and youths for real work is wasted simply because our idea of the school is still the medieval scholasticism, the medieval monastery. End of the Corps of Pages, Chapter 7.